Good morning, everyone. It is 10 o'clock. I'd like to call to order the Board of County Commissioners. Before we start, I would like to offer a moment of silence. Our community suffered a tragic loss this weekend when Remsa Care Flight went down with 5 people on board. Their names were Edward Pricola, Mark Rand, Terry Rand, Ryan Watson, Scott Walton. This is one of those things that just reminds us how small our community is because so many of us were touched by this tragedy. I can't really even begin to express my heartbreak over this, and I want to offer mine and this board's deepest condolences for the families of those lost. Let's just take a moment to please honor their loss. Thank you very much. We will start with a salute to the flag, and I'd like DA Herb Kaplan to lead us in the salute to the flag.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk will do the roll call now.
Von Hartung, Chair, is absent. Vice Chair Alexis Hill.
Here.
Mike Clark.
Present.
Mari Luz Garcia.
Here.
Jean Herman.
Here.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Present.
Assistant DA Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Madam, you have a quorum.
Thank you very much. And I see that we have a lot of public comment today, and I just want to review the rules here. And Mr. Manager, can you please go over that for us?
Which rules?
Public comment.
Oh, the public comment.
Yes,
rules.
sir.
I'm sorry. Public comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you very much. And if you agree with those who have spoken, you can keep that to yourself. We will not be applauding today during chamber. So I'm just trying to lay out the rules of the game. So Madam Clerk, please call up our public commenters.
We do have several, as the chairwoman mentioned. If you would queue up when I call your name, the second person. First up, we have Bruce Parks, followed by Cliff Nellis.
Bruce Parks, for the record, I'd like my comments to be read into the record, please. I'm here today to talk about an out-of-control library director, that it is this body's function to rein in, if you will. First of all, I'd like to point out that the Board of Trustees for the library do not have individual Washoe County emails. That needs to be corrected immediately, if not sooner. If not for any other reason, then protect those library board trustees. If I put in a FOIA request, I'm going to be FOIAing their personal email accounts because they don't have Washoe County email accounts. When I say that the library director is out of control, he runs the Washoe County library system like his own personal fiefdom. The chair of the library board actually sits there and knits during the entire meetings. They do not follow Robert's Rules of Order. There are currently open meeting law violations in the Attorney General's office because the minutes are not posted like they're supposed to be before the meeting so that we know what was being voted on. Additionally, there's a vacancy on the library board and has been since July of last year. That needs to be corrected as well. They have to cancel meetings because they can't get a quorum of their members. Having that additional seat may fix that. I'm also here to talk about a program that we, the majority of Washoe County taxpayers, have a problem with. By the way, I am a Washoe County resident. I use our library system. I'm a member of Commission District 4. Von Hartung is my commissioner. May I have the overhead, please?
It's on, sir.
Awesome. What I'm showing you here is from a website called Gays Against Groomers. Now, they are a coalition, actually referred to as a right-wing coalition. They are opposed to the Drag Queen Story Hour, as are we. But I want to point out, if you look down at this bottom picture here, this is part of a presentation that the library director gave to members of the public justifying Drag Queen Story Hour. On the bottom of that float, you may not recognize it, it's called the MAP flag. MAP stands for minor attracted person. We don't want this garbage in our libraries, and we're expecting you to put it on an agenda for us.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Valerie Fianacca. Cliff Nellis. Okay, Val, you're up. Valerie Fianacca.
Valerie Fianacca for the record, and I'd like my comments put into the record verbatim, please. I am a Nevada Library patron. Von Hartung is my representative. I'm sorry he's not here today. I want to speak on something I hadn't thought about speaking on, but I read it and it just struck me. And I'm not going to take credit for it because it's not my writing. Camille Paglia, an American academic, argues that transgender mania is a sign of cultural collapse. To understand this, consider the fact that all civilizations or social groups in general are founded on some set of mutual beliefs and values. The more a culture is able to align the people's beliefs and values around real and objective truths and values, the more stable the culture and therefore the civilization growing from it. But corruption erodes the truth foundation of a society. The more corrupt, the more an elite group of parasites seeks to trample the territory of the citizenry, invading their own minds with lies that detach them from reality. As time goes on, the need to self-deceive on the part of the people increases, who feel a Stockholm Syndrome-like reaction to their civilization that is slowly falling into despotism. As such, the people begin to believe the lies pushed onto them, causing a slow erosion of their capacity to know the truth and use true knowledge to coordinate human behavior productively. Eventually, the engines of deception cause the once well-known truths to come under assault. Essential aspects like duty, honesty, trust, and devotion to family and country break down. The people who are pitted against each other and who have become increasingly divergent due to lack of truth alignment feel disempowered, knowing that at some level they live in a systemically corrupt society. The assault on the most fundamental truths like gender concepts of a man and woman begin to be questioned. At this point, anyone who subscribes to the mass delusions quickly spirals into insanity, dragging people around them into the darkness out of a need for solidarity and fellowship. This is the situation we find ourselves in today. In the end, a collapse occurs, a dark age begins, and only those who refused the blue pill, so to speak, survive to rebuild. The cabal want to engineer a mass collapse and remake society in their image afterwards. But we who see this coming should take a stand against it. Truth is a great shield and a weapon. Thank you.
Cliff Nellis, followed by Nick Martin.
Hello, my name is Cliff Nellis. I'm a resident of Washoe County, and here's my library card. And I like the libraries. They're nice places. I just don't think they should be places for Drag Queen Story Hour. I know this is not on the agenda today, but I'm requesting that you put it on the agenda for a future reference to defund this, because I do not believe that my taxpayer money should be used to fund things like this, which is child abuse. And this person here, Queen Kitty Demure, she warns, she is a drag queen, and she warns that exposing children to drag queen stuff is abuse and will ruin them. It's no different than exposing children to strippers and porn stars. And I really do not think this should be going on in our libraries. And another thing I want to point out too here is that people who engage in homosexual sexual activity are not normal. They're perverts. And we should not be exposing our children to perverts. In this one here, it says, there was a study, a classic large-scale study during the 1970s, published by the Kinsey Institute, found that 43% of white male homosexuals had sex with 500 or more male partners, 28% with 1,000 or more, and 79% with more than half of their partners have been strangers. A British NHS survey found that women averaged 4.7 lifetime sexual partners. Only 9% of women reported having more than 15 sexual partners. So this kind of promiscuity, this incredible promiscuity, these guys cannot control their sexuality. That's the point. And you should not be exposing them to children. And you know, there's the countercultural movement started in the 60s. And there's also traditional Americanism, which is the opposite of the countercultural movement. And it was a sexual revolution. And I'm pleading with you guys to consider those of us who are on the traditional side. So there's a culture war going on. There's two sides, you know, and you're on one or the other. And, you know, that's, I ask that you put this on the agenda and be voted on, and I hope that you guys can find in your conscience to defund the Drag Queen Story Hour.
Nick Martin, followed by Tammy Holtstill.
Good morning. I'm Nick Martin. I've been a resident of Washoe County for 43 years, and I'm a very lucky man. I've got two granddaughters that are simply adorable. You've never seen two children, ages 8 and 2, more full of life and joy than you would these two. Either one of them can light up a room. It's unbelievable, the energy and the vibrance that come out of these kids. And there's two things that allow that to happen. One is the way their parents are raising them, and secondly is their innocence. Their innocence. They don't need to know about certain things. They need a childhood, okay? And I'm very surprised that we're even here today talking about something, allowing something, sanctioning something that might strip away children's innocence. It's ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. And you know, I think I'm pretty sure that it wasn't a conservative that put forth this idea. That's pretty obvious. All right, it had to be somebody on the left. And the left is big on acceptability, inclusion, and so forth. So let's talk about inclusion here. You know, on the social ladder, the lowest rung for me, and I think for most people, would be a pedophile. Okay? Now, a pedophile, they got to sneak around. They got to hide their actions. Okay? They got to live in shame, though they want to get away with things. Okay? But now, if we do this, they can slip on a dress, show up at the library, wiggle their junk in front of kids, have some fun. Okay? And it's no longer shameful because we've sanctioned, we allow it. We say it's okay. We'll put it on public. It's ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. And that same person, it is no longer a pedophile. Why? They're a minor attracted person, because now it's just a hobby. It's no longer an abomination. It's just a hobby to be a pedophile. What the hell is going on? And I don't know if I'm more disgusted with the fact that people like that exist or the fact that we have a meeting like this where we discuss this as though it would even be a possibility. It's utterly shameful. It's ridiculous. And I'm not throwing religion in there. I'm not throwing, hey, I hate gays and all that. I could give a crap what guys do together in the bedroom, but I don't need drag queens talking to kids in the library. It's just insane. It's utterly insane. It's insanity. So I'd ask for you to vote against this. I assume you would, being rational people, and I assume you have children, that you would vote this down. But anyway, that's it. Thank you. Take care.
Tammy Holtstill, followed by Alan Munson.
Tammy Holtstill, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery. I am here before you today for two different reasons. First of all, I have called both the City of Reno and Washoe County, done everything I'm supposed to do. As you can see, the amount of water, this is on the Swan Lake side of Lemon Drive before the berm. As you see, there's a lot of standing water. This was taken 2 weeks ago, and there's even more now. This is the inlet or the communication for that water, and as you can see, it is being blocked by that other picture you could see and this picture, that it's not making it to Swan Lake. There's plenty of room for that standing water that is between Arkansas and Red Pine, which is almost at the back of Red Pine, and the residents there, and on the other side of Lemon Drive. All of that water could go into Swan Lake, but due to the flooding of 2017 to 2020, that has caused a blockage in not allowing the communication of that water. It needs to be taken care of. It's time to do your jobs. And I also will be talking about the fact that I think that 8C1 should not be on this agenda, should be pulled and should not be discussed. Those APNs have a contract or a set already, and it should not be withdrawn because it doesn't matter who owns it. The person that bought it should not have the opportunity to delete something that has already been set in stone. And I'll talk about that later.
Wes Brown.
Ms. Brown.
I'm West.
Alan.
All right, great.
My name's Alan Munson. I'm a resident of Washoe County, and I'm here to plead with you to put the concerns of the drag queen programs in our libraries, as I'm a library person, a member here in Washoe County. And first of all, though, I want to thank each and every one of you for being commissioners, for taking the time to do a job. And it is my hope that you will hear what the citizens of this Washoe County are saying. And just think about if it was your own children who were being indoctrinated. I personally think it's wrong to teach any young person about sex. Wait till they're like 13, 14. Don't do it when they're young. I don't think any one of us would want that to happen to our children. So that's my plea, that you hear that that's basically what's being said. And the concern is probably a bit of an indoctrination going on. I think that also makes sense. I want you to look this up and challenge me, but this is a study that there is no DNA or gene that makes a person a gay person. It's just not, it doesn't exist, so it's a choice. Sex is always a choice. And when we're young, we make bad choices. I was one of those, making bad choices. So I just just want to read this. Virtually all transvestites, drag queens, are homosexuals. And they're promoting their fun, harmless they're trying to make it a normal lifestyle. It isn't normal. 3% of the population or less are gay. It's also said it's not harmless. But we know that homosexuality leads to there's a higher rate of suicides. So it's not something that we want to promote. That's basically it. Again, I just want to thank you for the service, for listening to a lot of different people, and just hope that you can, by yourself, think about what's being said, what your other citizens in this county are saying, and just think about it, what's going on. I'll just end with thank you.
Wes Brown, followed by Don Cooper.
Good morning. My name's Wes Brown. I live in District 4. Voted for Vaughn. Sorry he's not here today. And I'd like my comments to be included in the public record. I'm opposed to taxpayer funds being used for the drag queen preschool story hour in the libraries of Washoe County. It's difficult for me to imagine a worse use of taxpayer funding. I understand that a lack of background checks on drag queen readers in Nevada public libraries has led to convicted child sex crime predators being scheduled to be around Nevada toddlers, and I find this unacceptable. I know that the history of Drag Queen Story Hour has not been good in other states. Like in parts of Texas, for example, multiple drag queen readers have been both charged and convicted of multiple sexual assaults against children. A brief look at the Nevada revised statutes reveals that the Drag Queen Preschool Story Hour may put the county in violation of at least 5 NRSs that I looked up. NRS 201, 230, 201, 253, 201, 210, 201, 190, 201, 220. Certainly, they would be a violation of Nevada law if they are conducted in the same manner they were conducted in parts of Texas, parts of Florida, parts of Arizona. I'm talking about people who are wearing external prosthetic genitalia, dancing around children while singing or reading. This type of thing would be against the Nevada revised statutes if it were to happen here, and hopefully it won't. I would point out that if the county funds activity like this, and God forbid harm comes to one of these little children as a result, not only would the county face huge liability, but how are you going to be able to look yourselves in the mirror? Looking back on it, I'm sure people would say, we should have known better. And the fact is we do know better. And so I just ask you to make the right decision regarding these things. And thanks for your time.
Don Cooper, followed by Nichelle Hull.
Good morning. My name is Dawn Cooper, and I'd like my comments to be read into the minutes verbatim, please. I'm a taxpayer living in Washoe County, and I have a vested interest in the library programs. My commissioner is Mike Clark. I'm in District 2, and I live in Precinct 2041. I'm requesting that the Drag Queen Story Time not be held at our taxpayer-funded libraries, and I'm requesting that it be placed on the agenda of a future County Commissioners Board meeting. Thank you very much.
Nichelle Hull, followed by Tyler Colton.
That's better. Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Nichelle Hall, Precinct 610-300, State Senate District 13, States Assembly District 30, Commissioner District 4, Vaughn. I hope he's feeling better. Okay. Albert Alfonso Garza, now age 35, read Story Hour in Texas before coming to Las Vegas, Nevada last fall. Otherwise known as Tatiana Bad Girl, which is Albert's stage name. Albert was convicted of child sexual assault of an 8-year-old little boy. Neither library in Texas or Las Vegas performed a background check on this drag queen before scheduling him for Storytime Hour. Both libraries issued written public apologies to their communities in the aftermath of the revelation that a child rapist was recruited to entertain preschoolers by these library staff members. The following is an excerpt from the Houston Public Library, which released this statement. Quote, "We were made aware today that one participant for Drag Queen Storytime who read at the September 29th Drag Queen Story has a criminal record that should have prevented him from participating in the program. In our review of our process and of this participant, we discovered that we failed to complete a background check as required by our own guidelines. We deeply regret this oversight and the concern this may cause our customers." Another Pennsylvania drag queen named Bryce Patrick Ryshawn Williams was recently charged with 25 counts of child pornography in Pennsylvania. Williams identifies as a genderqueer social worker and is a well-known LGBT activist. His home was raided on June 23rd of last year after the, I'm gonna skip ahead. Okay. During that raid, 25 videos of child porn victimization were found on his phone, in addition to many other child pornography files. He was a board member of the Franklin County Coalition for Progress. He served on the Pride Franklin County Committee. He sat as a member of the United Way Diversity, Inclusion, and Equity Committee. He had been a prominent advocate for LGBTQ rights and received awards in that regard. He was also part of GLOW Harrisburg, a center that offers safe spaces for LGBTQ plus youth.
Tyler Colton, followed by Elise Weatherly.
Thank you so much.
Hi, welcome. You guys all look young. Oh, Alexis, I didn't know it was you. Hello. My name is Tyler Colton. I am a first-generation American. My mom was from Mexico. My dad was the state treasurer of Nevada. He was also a judge. My sister is a judge in the state of Nevada, and my grandmother was the first female to give a polygraph test in the state of Nevada. So it's needless to say, I have deep roots in the state. I am a Reno resident and a Washoe County resident, and I am also a small business owner. What you're hearing today is a group of targeting the LGBT community with hate. They just represent actually a majority, unlike they're saying they're majority, they're a minority. Looking around, you can see that many of these individuals are older and are living in a time that has passed. And I would say that most of these people, if you ask them, they've watched Marilyn Monroe in Some Like It Hot, where drag was present. They've watched, and their grandkids and their children probably watched Bosom Buddies, Tootsie, The Birdcage, and the Medea franchise, which has sold millions, and I'm sure they've all watched that. We're allowing drag queens simply are actors. They're just representing nothing more than Santa Claus dressing up. These are people who've decided to, they're fictional characters like Santa Claus. They dress up to portray an enlightened feminine look or a clown or anything different like that. Every one of us is in drag. We wake up and we choose.
You will
what
not
we're
interrupt
wearing.
the public commenter. Sorry, please pause the time. Anyone who interrupts public commenters will be escorted out. We also will not be clapping or making any other noises. Thank you, Mr. Colton. You can continue.
Thank you. Drag Queen Story Hour is actually a wonderful program. It promotes inclusivity, diversity in our communities, and provides an opportunity for children to learn about different gender expression, identity in a fun and an engaging way. This program allows children to see that there is nothing wrong with expressing oneself in a non-traditional way and helps to foster acceptance and understanding. Unfortunately, these groups who seek to harm and discriminate against the LGBTQ+ community, these groups are trying to promote fear and intolerance. They pose a threat actually to the safety and well-being, as me being in here today feeling unsafe with all of them around me. So excuse me if I'm shaking because of, yeah, see, they laugh. They think it's some type of a joke. Their efforts to just disrupt drag queen hours and other events and celebrate diversity is unacceptable and must be strongly condemned, and that I hope that you would not even put this on the agenda. This county needs to actually focus on raising teacher salary, raising the education level, and create funding to increase our school system and our library, and this shouldn't waste our time on this agenda.
Elise Weatherly, followed by Linnell Carter.
Good morning, Elise Weatherly, Washoe County resident for way too long. Do you guys ever have to be subjected to like free TV thanks to people like Master Greg Shannon, right? Well, there's this commercial that comes on that drives me nuts, but it's like, hair has always been central to my identity. And I just kind of laugh about it because I go, well, yeah, it kind of has been sort of central to my identity, but guess what? Other things have been too. So we have LGBTQ. I want to follow it with FWWTC because I fall into that category. I would be considered a former wild woman turned celibate. Do you think I wanted to do that? No, my sexuality was central to my identity. I wanted to be attractive. I wanted to have, you know, that kind of stuff that really matters. But when I read the words of the king and he goes to the men, go, don't you know that if you marry a divorced woman, you become an adulterer? And I went, no. So in other words, I have a little conflict here. If I love somebody, I'm not going to marry him because I was a man lover, okay? That has been one of the hardest things that I've ever had to deal with. Also, as far as exclusion goes, I always tried to fit in. You know, it's like I wanted to fit in because I wanted to be one of the gang. Then I found out you're different. Okay, you've got a different road to travel. Don't try to do the traveling of the world anymore. And I will say that my former life, I didn't want to, you know, bring it up to my kids, my grandson, whatever. It's embarrassing. It's disgusting. The things that I did to try to fit in were disgusting, but I had to address it, and that's part of the hardest things in the world. And really, this does kind of boil down to money. Who's going to pay for what? I was asked by a sound engineer, what do you think of abortion? I go, well, I'm not going to tell them about my past. I go, I just don't want to have to pay for it, all right? A dry lake bed, I just don't want to have to pay for it. I've made some bad decisions in my life too, but I had to pay for it. It boils down to money. So all I'm going to say right now is I had been asked by some guys in my life, who's your goal? When it comes to music, who's your goal? Well, I finally realized it's blessed are the poor in spirit. They shall inherit the kingdom of God. Do you know what the letters are for that? BATPIS. And I know that seems really awful in a way, but the fact of the matter is that I have been poor in spirit, and I was rescued by the King of Kings. Oh, by the way, he's a table tipper. When he first came on board, people loved the free stuff. The free food was great. You know, the miracles are great. When he started telling the truth, then he started becoming very unpopular. And guess what? That's my group. Thanks, you guys.
Linnell Carter, followed by Robert Beatles.
Good morning, everybody. My family and I live on 9 acres in Spanish Springs. We were recently cited by Washoe County enforcement with the use of commercial use under recreational vehicles. Our question to the county inspector was how many recreational vehicles are allowed on our 9 acres. We were given the response 1 or 2. We are not running a business out of our house. No money has ever been exchanged, even though we were cited under recreational vehicles and commercial use. These trailers belong to us, family, and a couple of close friends who store them for the winter months. When this was told to the inspector, he stated anything over 2 is considered commercial use, regardless if money is exchanged. When asked if there was specific language within this code as to how many were allowed, we were told there is no specific language as to how many you can have on your land, but we would still be fined if they were not moved. Reading further into the codes, we found that we could, however, have 1 cargo container per acre of lot, meaning that we could have up to 9 cargo containers on our lot. I find it kind of more offensive to have 9 cargo containers on our lot as opposed to the nice, neat trailers that we do have, that we are storing, and they're only there for winter months. I posted this on the Neighbors app, and it has received over 11,000 views. So this is something that the community out there is affected by. And as landowners, this is something I think that needs to be addressed and put some language in it. There's language in there for commercial, for these Connex boxes, but there's no language as to how many we can have as trailers on our property. So, you know, my thing is I don't want people out there complaining and turning people in. I want people to stand up and start coming up and saying that, hey, let's fix this together. It's obviously broken. There can be language because we've seen it. There can be amendments. So let's all work together and let's get this fixed. So, thank you.
Robert Beatles, followed by Richard Thomas.
Please add my comments to the permanent record. Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. We've closely examined the county's certified data, specifically your guys' voter rolls, as well as the tax records. Our former tax assessor, Mike Clark, states with certainty that our tax records are 99% accurate. And to his point, if we miss our property tax bill, watch what happens. You know where to come find us and to shake us loose of our money. Now, when it comes to the county certified voter rolls, next to the county certified tax rolls, we find over 68,000 people that must be investigated to whether or not they should be on the voter rolls. Now, that's 23%. 23% of the voter rolls. People lose elections by less than 100 votes. Imagine if 23% of the rolls are potentially fake votes. Additionally, the Register of Voters and the county said that their voter rolls were pristine. Yet there was at least 15,000 ballots the county said came back in error. These 68,000 people we found vote from vacant land to churches and everything in between. We additionally appear to have found the fountain of youth, as we have 792 active registered voters between 95 and over 110 years of age. Now, the NRS and the NVRA, et cetera, is very clear that it's a county's responsibility to maintain and ensure accurate voter rolls. That is obviously not happening, even from the county's own admissions. For the record, I want to make sure that you are all aware that our voter rolls are far from accurate, and this affects every legitimate Washoe County voter. It is your duty and the law to investigate these issues and to fix all the errors immediately. My team and I will be happy to walk you through every address and every voter that, according to your very own certified records, must be investigated. The majority of the county's population lacks faith in our elections due to the concerns about the accuracy of our voter rolls. The voter rolls serve as the bedrock of our election process, influencing all subsequent data and outcomes. Given that any errors or inaccuracies in the foundation of our election system may perpetuate into the whole process, it is understandable that people feel skeptical about the system's integrity. I again ask you to simply do your duty and clean the rolls. We've done all the heavy lifting for you. If you refuse to clean the rolls, you're breaking the law and everyone's going to know it. You've been emailed this information as well. You've all been put on notice. I know that Commissioner Herman and Commissioner Clark will do their job and serve the constituents. Will the other 3 of you do the same or simply give us the finger? Do your job, serve the people, not outside interests. We'll all be watching, and I wait your call or your email. You have my information. And as to this drag queen story hour crap, what is wrong with the three of you? Since when was sexualizing children acceptable? Since when was pedophilia sanctioned by Washoe County now acceptable? We have to protect our kids from sexual predators, not fund them. Cut the funding to these predators and kick this crap out of our libraries and schools like Tennessee just did. Enough is enough.
Richard Thomas, followed by Craig Dyson.
Good morning. Another professional speaker. I've only been to you guys one time before, and it was because we had an issue. So apparently we don't come out unless we have an issue. And I guess that means we voted you in to trust you guys' ability to represent us, and we appreciate you very much. It's been brought to my attention that this wasn't on the agenda about the drag queen show, but I have come here not wanting to speak in public, but I have convictions, and you have convictions. I believe you all do. You have opinions and ideas, and I believe that that's a God-given right to every individual. I really do. And I believe that God allows each of us to make our choices. The gentleman that spoke earlier that felt threatened, he has a right to his voice. He really does. And yet so do we. And as far as us being older, yeah, we probably are. I know quite a few people that would have been here today except for the weather. But the truth of the matter is we do have opinions. We have been the basis of Washoe County. We've been paying, I've been here for 35 years paying, you know? And this is a nice place, and the world is changing, I understand that. But I also look around, and I ask you to look around and say, I know some things have to change, but is this healthful? Is it good for us? I personally, my opinion is that children should be left alone to let them be children. I had a good childhood. My parents never even discussed things in front of us because they didn't want to put that in our little heads. They wanted us to be happy children. And I believe that children can get anything off of TV and media any day. Quite honestly, I just would ask that you guys, as our representatives that we voted in and trust, that you would consider our opinions, that maybe you should leave that to the home and to the other things instead of us funding this, to be quite honest with you. So as a citizen, I just got to say, everyone has a choice. Everyone has convictions. I'm willing to die for my convictions, and I know others are. And they have that right that God gave them. But you, as our representatives, are asked to make choices in what you allow. And we're trusting you in that. So we would like to, these people that are here bugging you about this, okay, we would like to ask you to say, whatever with that drag queen thing, but don't use our money to pay for that. And let's let children be children. Let's let them be. Thank you.
Craig Dyson, followed by Ashley Jacobs.
Thank you all for your time and service. I'm part of a younger generation that's very much alive and well when it comes to these issues that have to deal with protecting our children. I live in District 4. I'm a Washoe County taxpayer, and I care what our funds support in this county, especially as it relates to the protection of our children and our future. I'm a husband of 22 years, a father of 3 children, a faith leader in our region. I pastor Convo Church in Reno that draws people from all over Washoe County and beyond. For the past few years, we have seen our great nation, we have seen the destructive impact of the drag queen movement as it strategically targets children and teens with its grooming and indoctrinating ideology and sexual perversion. We have all seen the videos and images of drag queens reading LGBTQ+ propaganda to children in libraries. We've all seen the videos and images of children at family-friendly drag shows putting dollar bills in drag queens' thongs and G-strings. And we've all seen the videos and images of drag queen story time where the innocence of children is violated and compromised as drag queens expose themselves openly to children, which should be an arrestable offense known as indecent exposure, an offense that places the offender on a sex offender list, giving them jail time as well. What people want to do in the privacy of their own property and time is up to them, but when it comes to what we have a voice in, we must protect our children at all costs. Our county and this board has become complicit to the immoral perversion and sexual violation of our children by allowing this evil in our libraries. We do not want to see our taxpayer dollars used to fund and facilitate intentional woke indoctrination of our children. Parents, pastors, community, and faith leaders are letting our voices be heard more than ever. We've had enough of letting the radical secular agenda infiltrate every sphere of influence in our communities and our nation. This young generation is the most drugged, addicted, overloaded, depressed, suicidal, and hopeless generation our nation has ever seen. And you can easily track these trends with the rise of radical progressivism in our culture. We are thankful to have the opportunity to present to you and hope that we see this added on a future agenda. You have important roles that are delegated authority by we the people. And you have been given an opportunity by God to lead in a way that protects our future and the long-term interest of our county. I implore you to do what it takes to make sure that this evil never makes it into any taxpayer-supported element of our society. Bring this topic to an agenda. Let the citizens' voices continue to be heard. Vote to remove it from our county. We reject groomers, and we desire for you to protect our children. And I also pray that we wouldn't allow modern-day inclusion to be the destruction of this next generation. Thank you.
Ashley Jacobs, followed by Carl Sweeter.
Hi, my name is Ashley. I've been a Reno Sparks. I've been in the Reno Sparks area my whole life. I'm a fourth generation Nevadan, and I'm raising the fifth generation. I have 3 wonderful children. I'm here opposing the drag queen story hour. My argument is the same as last time because I've yet to get an answer. Is this really about inclusion? If so, where does it stop? If minors being subjected to adult entertainment on our tax dollars is in the name of inclusion, then what's next? Stripper story hour? Are we going to pay for the polls put in libraries so exotic dancers can show children body positivity? What about drug dealer story hour in the name of hard work? Some might say these are completely different, but my point is that once morals are removed, there is no limit in the name of inclusion. So let me flip it. What about real women story hour? What about dads teaching about how the government works for us story hour? You see how the latter of these hypotheticals hits a little differently because it's based in absolute truth, whether you admit it or not. Now, I know some people say, just don't go to it. Well, look at how that passivity has worked out in the past. Just don't watch that show. Now it's on every network, show, commercial, movie, cartoon, app, and ad. Just don't listen to that song. Well, now it's in almost every song lyrics, and every artist is directly targeting the children. Not to mention the insane situation with men entering women's sports bathrooms and shelters. But why? Because a moralist ideology has no limits, and a child audience for adult entertainment in the name of inclusion proves just that. So when did we stop protecting children? Probably when the word inclusion was stolen and manipulated to force people to play along with the sad lies of this agenda. So do what's right, just protect the children. Don't stand by and hide behind inclusivity. Don't watch as the impressionable minds are torn apart by this ideology that leaves more broken, physically sick, depressed, suicidal, or dead when you could have played the hero and done what's right. And not just right by the kids, but by right by the parents who pay the tax dollars. So shut this down once and for all. Tell Jeff Scott that if he and other grown men want to play pretend around children, then to do it on his own dime, and he can see how that turns out. But I refuse to pay those men who play dress up and insult women by summing up our God-given womanhood into fake nails, ridiculous outfits, and atrocious makeup to read in public payer funded libraries. No, thank you.
Carl Sweeter, followed by Ann Sweeter.
My name is Carl Swader. I request my comments be read into the minutes. I'm a taxpayer living in Washoe County, and I have a vested interest in our library programming. I've been a member of the library for almost the 50 years that I've lived here. I've taken my daughter to the library countless times when she was in school. My commissioner is Vaughn Hartung in District 4. My precinct is 7416. Drag Queen Story Hour does not belong in our public libraries, and I request that this be placed on an agenda on the next Board of County Commissioner meetings, or one closely there that follows. Thank you very much.
Ann Sweeter, followed by Donald Griffin.
I am Ann Swader, and I have lived in Washoe County for 42 years. Commissioner Hartung is my representative, and I request this public comment be read into the minutes of this meeting. Drag Queen Story Hour in our libraries is unacceptable. This needs to be placed as an item on a future commission agenda. I do not want my tax dollars funding this program. This program is inappropriate for preschoolers in our tax-funded libraries. I, as a woman, am very offended by the way drag queens portray a woman in front of small children. Women do not act or dress like they do. Also, if I don't have a child with me, I can't go in and observe Drag Queen Story Hour. Why? What are they hiding? Drag queens reading to preschool kids who are very impressionable is not entertainment. It is indoctrination and promoting homosexuality to destroy the family structure. I am requesting that Drag Queen Story Hour not be held at our taxpayer-funded libraries, and I request it be placed on a future county commission agenda. Thank you.
Donald Griffin, followed by Christina Sherbrooke.
Donald Griffin, co-founder, director of Black Wall Street Reno. I'm here to discuss the work and the impact that we're doing in the community, addressing the epidemic of Narcan. We have these 6 locations that we provide with Narcan to save lives. There's a shortage right now of Narcan that when we take it to the schools, we demonstrate to the students how to apply the Narcan to somebody that's suffering in the community. We look for more funding. We look for more support from the community to help us with this battle against the crisis epidemic of the opiate, I'm also hearing support for the mothers and fathers who have lost their children. That moment of silence in the beginning is what we go through every day when we lose somebody out here in these streets. And that was probably the most out of everything of this meeting that I actually can relate to, is that moment of silence of a life that has been lost out here to the addiction that we are so overlooking, starting in elementary all the way up until you're just dead over an overdose. Thank you.
Christina Sherbrooke, followed by Janet Butcher.
Hello, it's good to be here today and to be able to speak to you. I am a Washoe County resident. My name is Christina Sherbrooke, and I would like everything that I say on the record, please. I go to the libraries. I have my own library card. We have children that have gone through our school system here, and one is still attending. And I would say that we have a lot of issues in our county that, you deal with and that we should be dealing with. But the safety and security of our children and our families should be really at the front of everything that we do, because the children are our future. And if we're not here to protect our young ones and to do the right thing, to do what is constructive for them, then what are we doing here at all? I would also ask, or I'm just going to assume nobody here would ever take a young child to a nightclub or a burlesque show. It's just inappropriate. We just don't do things like that. And when my husband and I volunteered at our public schools, we had to go through screening. We had our backgrounds checked. And when we went on overnight trips with our kids, we had our fingerprints taken at the police department. I mean, we should be so careful with our kids and take all the precautions that we can. And I am against taxpayer-funded drag queen shows at our library systems. They do not belong there. I'm not against any person or group of people. but I want to protect our children. And please put this item, excuse me, on the agenda for a future commissioners meeting, and let's defund it. And I would also recommend that we, in place of drag queens, ask our families, parents, grandparents, older siblings to come and read to our kids. How about that? Thank you so much.
Janet Butcher, followed by Tracy Thomas.
Janet Butcher for the record. I request that my comments be placed into the minutes of this meeting. I am a 30-year resident and taxpayer of Washoe County in Precinct 7416, and Chairman Hartung is my representative. I have a library card, and I have a vested interest as well as concern in the library programming. While I find there are many great programs within the county's library system, there is one that has a grave question as to the goal of children's well-being, and it should be the optimum center of libraries' concern. Children have the right to have their innocence protected from sexualization. There is no value, and indeed there are harms in exposing children to proclivities of adults. This is a classic example of grooming children and having them have discussions about sexuality that they should not be exposed to. And anyone that thinks that this is somewhere short of child abuse is wrong. It's very close to pedophilia. While these concerns are being framed as anti-LGBTQ or dismissed as hysteria from Christian right, they are really about exposing children. There is validity to the fact that children who are led to view sexual parodies and hypersexualized behavior from men as normal is easier targets for pedophiles. Is this what the Washoe County Commissioners support? I am commenting today not out of any hate, but as a grandmother who has held someone in their arms while rushing them to help after an attempted suicide as a result of grooming. Our family has endured 18 years of psychiatric help for this young person who still struggles with the residual effects of having been groomed. I understand that the commissioners appoint the library trustees and they are responsible for the library director. Why are they in support of this grooming technique? It is time for our library trustees, library director, and county commissioners to become responsible curators of our public library system and put the children above their own personal diversity and inclusion agenda. I'm requesting that this be placed on a future agenda for the commissioners. This practice of exposure must be stopped and not funded. And since I have a couple seconds left, at the last board meeting, trustee meeting, they talked about how librarians are now becoming almost social workers. Why? I don't understand this. Thank you.
Tracy Thomas, followed by Renee Resentis.
Good morning. In 2 Timothy 3:5, Paul teaches us, they will act religious, but they will reject the power that could make them godly. Stay away from people like that. Paul was referring to the leaders who hid behind rules and twisted God's commands because their hearts were not aligned with good intentions. They held higher regard for the opinion of a man than they did for God's opinion. In the same way, I am here to implore you to have the courage to use your power to align yourselves in a righteous position with God and not the opinion of men. I request that you immediately add an agenda item to discuss Washoe County's library funding for the Drag Queen Storytime events. Your constituents have no need, desire, or appetite for these events. Washoe County is guilty of child abuse each time it is deliberately harming the mind of a child and contributes to the delinquency of a minor when they subject children to pornographic materials and/or events. This is a lawsuit waiting to happen in which homeowners do not need their property taxes wasted on. Your property owners have not signed on for the delivery of this product. This program is not safe, secure, or healthy, as your mission states. The county nor the school district have the right to or qualifications to instruct our children on sexuality. That right lies solely with the family, and the child is their private property until they reach age 18. We have never, are, or will normalize the abnormal. Pretend fiction is fact, or fantasy is reality when it comes to the children's health. I also request an agenda item to discuss your commitments to our elections so that there can be discussion on your commitment to your transparency and integrity before the next election. Despite past practices of the manager telling you how our elections are to be ran, it is actually your responsibility to direct staff as to the manner our elections are conducted. In that discussion, I would like attention given to NRS Statutes 293.269935.365 and .383, which Washoe County and the Nevada Secretary of State violated last year. I would also encourage consideration of withholding the release of any election results until all ballots have been counted. You know, like the law states. Currently, this would make Saturday after Election Day the day you would start to release those numbers, not at 9 p.m. on Election Day when people are still mailing their ballots. Thank you.
Renee Resentis, followed by Sandy Tibbet.
Thank you. Renee Resentis, District 14, Precinct 7576. Please put my comments into the record. I oppose the Drag Queen Story Hour and funding for it. I wish to see that also put on the agenda at a later date so that we can discuss this further. There are many stories out there about people who have transitioned that are very sorry that they have done that and are going through their own trauma because of it. I do not want our story time being used to recruit our children to become something that is not normal. This nation is a feminine nation. There's always a masculine nation waiting to take over. And if we keep doing this to our young men, our young boys, neutering them so that they don't know how to stand up, defend our country, we're at a loss in America. This is something that we should be opposing and protecting our children. There are many, many people out there who have done very positive things for our country. Harriet Tubman, Abraham Lincoln, many other people that we could lift up into story time to teach our children that we have wonderful people who fought for freedom, who fought for life, and that's what we should be doing. We should be using that time for teaching our children. So, and that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Sandy Tibbet, followed by Robin Douglas.
Good morning. Sandy Tibbet for the record, and I reside in Commissioner Herman's district, District 5. I'm a library card holder, 2 grandkids that use the library as well. Remember when drag queens were clownish entertainment for a subgroup of sexually isolated fetish followers? Not anymore. Drag Queen Story Hour has become an immoral disease that is infecting our country through our taxpayer-funded public library system. I do not want my tax dollars paying for indoctrination events that promote deviant and sinful lifestyles. You've heard of blackface, correct? You've heard of blackface. And you know to wear blackface is socially unacceptable and offensive behavior. We can all agree on that, right? So why is a man wearing a woman's over-exaggerated face and inappropriate clothing for the public any different? Why is this dehumanizing behavior towards women and our children being socially accepted? A person not knowing who he is the definition of a mental disorder. A person who believes he is someone who he is not is living a terrible lie, and this lie is compounded when it is forced upon the community in its public library system. Our most precious gifts from God are under attack. Their innocence is being stolen by the groomers and pedophiles masquerading as drag queens. The bright colors, music, art, and imaginative play is not to entertain our children. These are common early childhood tools used to confuse and mold a young child's mind into the acceptance of an abnormal sexual lifestyle. Women and children need to be protected and not exploited. To be crystal clear, I am requesting the defunding of Drag Queen Story Hour only, not the defunding of our library. I demand this be put on a future agenda for discussion and action before June 2023. Please, and thank you.
Robin Douglas, followed by Linda Hawley, and I do have a document to distribute to the board from Ms. Douglas.
Good morning, and my name is Robin Douglas, and I spoke back on February 14th about my personal struggle to get help for my daughter, whom I nearly lost from a fentanyl overdose. I also addressed my heartfelt concern for what feels like little regard for the seriousness of the opioid crisis that is here right now and only getting worse. My plea is to help provide more rehabilitation centers, since we only have a few. There are people from all walks of life dying every day from this addiction, and not just in my own family. Since that day, my daughter, who was on a wait list for a 27-bed facility called the Treatment Center, and was advised to check back now in April. She stayed clean for 5 days and then disappeared for 7 days while she was out using. I spent those 7 days worrying and praying she would show up, and an entire weekend driving through town looking for her. I know I'm not alone. The reality is that this is a typical life for a person who has a loved one facing addiction. The roller coaster doesn't stop and won't unless the addict is faced with incarceration or death. Again, I know I'm not alone. We're no longer living in the Reagan days when it comes to this disease. Saying no to drugs and tough love are not options, as it is proven these methods do not work. We did not win the war on drugs. We now have strong scientific evidence that opioids require a more intensive approach when it comes to treatment. It has been proven the old mythologies are ridiculous and do not work. I'm pleading with you all to please take a look at opening facilities so we as a community can take care of our loved ones. I'm willing to do my part to make this happen. Tell me what you want me to do, and let's help move this along. In closing, I'd also like to express my gratitude to Lisa Lee from our HSA department that has been there to give me a shoulder to cry on and provide some local resources to help my daughter and myself while we continue to wait. She is worth her wealth of knowledge when it comes to addiction and has provided some invaluable suggestions. And the county is privileged to have her. Thank you.
Linda Hawley, followed by Darla Lee.
Good morning. My name is Linda Hawley. I've been in Reno for 17 years, moved here because my son lived here and was getting married, and I was hopeful to have grandchildren. And I have one. And I moved here purposely so I could take care of him or her, whichever, it's a him, but and make sure that his Nana was there to protect and look over him while my children went to work. And I was so happy to get to be part of his life. But during his younger years, at 1 and 2, we went to the library. I do have a library card, and we went to Story Hour. And it was the sweetest thing you would ever see, this room full of little children dancing and laughing and hugging each other and hearing stories. It was beautiful. And I have not been to a drag queen library show, but I have seen it on TV, and had that happened there with my grandson, I would have picked him up and left and never went back. And I would just ask that this be put on the agenda to be defunded. I, as a sexual abused child, will tell you this will mess with a little kid's mind so badly that it takes a lifetime to get over, because they are not equipped to deal with such things as drag queens' genitals being stuck out there. Little children don't know how to deal with that, and they should not be having to. So anyway, I thank you for your time, and I hope that this gets put on the agenda and defunded.
Darla Lee, followed by George Lee.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Darla Lee. I'd like my comments put in the record, please. I use the Washoe library system, and I enjoy the ability to see different programs, and I very often borrow books, but I am definitely opposed to the Drag Queen Story Hour on several levels, and many of those levels have been expressed to you today. I am also in District 3. I've been to at least one of the library trustee board meetings where many of these same concerns were brought forth and so far have been ignored. And this adult education, quote unquote, entertainment, has been continued to the detriment of our young people. This is unacceptable. So as many others, I am, and by my count, it is one against and, or I should say in support of, and many opposing, which has been the standard at the other board meetings as well. I am sure you are all aware, I would hope, of the moral decline in Washoe County as evidenced in many, many areas, and the nation as well. The attacks on our family have been vicious, and so I would urge you to put this on the agenda. At the very least, you could hear what all of the public, for or against, has to hear. And obviously, I think it should be defunded because I do not want my granddaughter going to such a display, and I don't want tax dollars going to fund it either. Thank you.
George Lee, followed by James Bentham.
George Lee. I'm a proud library card carrier. This really boils down to, I think we should go downtown and take down all those damn signs that say nobody under 21 can come in. Just take them down, because there is no such thing as adult entertainment anymore. If it goes on at the library, then that's the rubber stamp of the bully pulpit of government saying, it's fine, it's great. It's fine to do it where, not in a taxpayer-funded agenda, venue. We're really, I can break it too. We need to step back. It's not about the LGBT, blah, 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 agenda or their group or their rights or anything. We're talking about the rights of children. The rights of children. Now, there's certain parents who don't think anything about it, and they want to take their kids to those things, to explicit shows. But they're being done at taxpayer-funded libraries, where it's like everything else revolving around the library. They're taught, hey, it's okay, we're going to the library, it's fun, we're gonna do some fun stuff at the library, we're gonna read books and stuff. We're taught that, I should say the kids are taught that this is a place where it's safe. But the idea is that this is adult entertainment. You should have it on the agenda as a minimum item. And the second thing is, the person who's really behind this is the library board chairman. And you need to, you have the power to appoint. You have the power to appoint that chairman. You also should have the power to remove them because of their bad judgment. We need to take a long, hard look at this and an agenda item so that it can be out in the open for discussion. 30 seconds. There should be filed a writ of mandamus against you guys and the head of the board and the board itself for failing to act on this, because it is against the law in the state of Nevada to harm children. Child abuse is against the law. Anybody here who has children, well, you should think long and hard about that.
James Bentham, followed by Bruce Foster.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is James M. Bentham, resident of Washoe County. Mike Clark is my commissioner. I'm in precinct 8256. Please read this into the minutes of the meeting. I'm requesting that the Drag Queen Story Hour not be held in libraries at taxpayer expense, and I'm requesting that this item be placed very soon on the agenda. The future of our children is at stake. Caring about the safety and innocence of children is not hate speech and should not be demonized. The family unit is the basis of a functional society. Anything that undermines the family undermines our country. Today, the family is under attack from many directions. Anything that brings confusion and doubt to the family should be opposed by this commission. I am here today because the Drag Queen Story Hour presents a false view of what it is to be a boy or a girl. Excuse me. Children are very impressionable. What will they think after viewing something that is fake? Wearing a dress does not make you a woman. Wearing a dress does not suddenly make you able to get pregnant and have a baby. Even if this is, quote, popular, it should not be given a platform at public libraries. Confusion and doubt undermines a boy's or girl's value and identity. Boys and girls are not a person with a vulva or penis, as the Share Committee has said. These actions undermine the Judeo-Christian values of our country. Why would one want to undermine a child's self-worth and identity? Where is the tolerance for the children's welfare? Jesus said, "Bring the little children to me and forbid them not." Basic moral values come from Jesus and the Bible. These should not be called hate speech or demonized. Those advocating a new social construct seem to be the most intolerant. Most people agree with the tenets of the Ten Commandments. In our republic, the rule of law is unchanging. The basis of our country is the basic Judeo-Christian principles of John Locke, Blackstone's commentary, and the Bible. Men should not change biblical laws that are founded in our Constitution. Please bring up the drag queen story hour at the next agenda.
Bruce Foster, followed by Keith Hanley.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Bruce Foster, between my wife and I, we have 6 kids and 8.5 grandkids, one coming in July. And I request my comments to be read in the minutes of the meeting verbatim. I am a taxpayer living in Washoe County, boom, and my commissioner is Von Hartong, District 4, and I'm Precinct 6411. I am requesting Drag Queen Story Hour time to be held and out of taxpayer-funded libraries, and I am requesting it placed on the agenda, and also to disbar the Friends of Woke Washoe County Library Organization, the nonprofit, to not provide money for this obscene program. But I must ask the board, should we have standards at all, or should we have standards that anything goes? In most of American history, standards of behavior or tradition were generally agreed upon. Today, we can't even agree what is the difference between a man and a woman. Even our new Supreme Court justice could not even answer, what is a woman? The left is dead set on unsettling just about every settled question, all in the name of being open-minded. Can your brain be so open that your brain just falls out? Are we to be so open no matter how false or harmful it is? Do we need to keep an open mind on murder? No, it is settled. How about me speaking to you buck naked? I don't think so. Gross. This is where we get to the Drag Queen Story Hour. In the name of tolerance, must we allow men to strap on stilettos and swish, swish, swish while reading a rainbow-approved book in the name of diversity, equity, and inclusion? So the bottom line is, which public behaviors should be tolerated and which should not? Ultimately, who really decides those limits of toleration should be? We the people. I have 2 forms, an email that went back and forth with Rick Scott and others regarding our Drag Queen Story Hour. And here I have an article regarding Nevada Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto quietly honored a drag queen, probably Ginger Divine, Faglicious Homo, I can't even say it, for his years of work with children at a local library. These I will leave behind. Thank you.
Next is Keith Hanley, followed by Julie Adams.
Library card. My representative is Jeannie Herman, 7506 precinct. You guys brought me here by not doing your job. It's ridiculous that we're even standing here having this conversation. This is outlandish at the very least. A lot of very good public comment. and you'll notice the percentage you see here. Take note. Your time's coming. I back up 99% of everything I've heard here today, and so I don't have much thunder. I'm going to let Ben Shapiro take over.
Is inherently transphobic. That's not discrimination, that's disagreement. If they say that's discrimination, they're overly applying their own.
Well, I think when you say like they're mentally ill, like that gives off
I have said, and I will continue to maintain, that gender dysphoria or gender identity disorder, whichever DSM you choose to use, is a mental illness. That is.
And it is.
And again, God forbid that it should be said with any animus, because this is not said with animus. When people are suffering, these are clearly folks who are suffering. When people are suffering, you shouldn't be saying stuff with animus. I'm not saying that as a gotcha to people who are transgender. The point that I'm making is that when a society begins treating folks who have mental illness as though they are representing an objective reality, they are doing no service to the people who actually suffer from a mental illness.
And I really hope you guys understand what he's saying, what he means. We're not anti-anything, and you can do whatever you want in your own time, in your own space. But just keep it away from our children. Let's save the children. Make them number one. It's God's choice. We were given gifts. Let's not destroy them.
Next is Julie Adams, followed by Phil Harrison.
Good morning. My name's Julie Adams. I've been a Reno Sparks resident since 1982, and I've always gone to the library with my kids. So the library director, Jeff Scott, states that Drag Queen Story Hour is invaluable to children's growth and development. And I would ask, how so? My parents could read, do math, think problems through with critical thinking and common sense. I'm able to do that. My children have been raised to do that. Nevada's school-age children do not possess these skills anymore. I was at the North Valley Library meeting a few months ago, where he gave a presentation regarding how wonderful the Drag Queen Story Hour is. It was brought up about if background checks were done on those coming to read to the children. It was also brought up there were charges filed against that person. These issues were never addressed. I have to do a background check to work with children at my church. I realize that my tax dollars, I don't always agree with where they go. Sometimes I think the people are making these decisions work very hard trying to make the right decisions. But in this case, any money is going to pay for a Drag Queen Story Hour is wasteful and foolish at best, but I believe it's more nefarious. Innocence is vital in a child's security and well-being. How do we answer our children's questions about what is a drag queen? A queen is female, always has been a female, not someone who just dresses up like a female. This is what a woman wears. The word drag has many definitions: to pull across or drag and drop something on your computer. I think that those definitions are more important to a child's well-being than to explain what a drag queen is, let alone show them what a drag queen is. This Drag Queen Story Hour is just another step to purposely confuse children. There's a cult-like obsession with gender ideology, and I believe each of us have a responsibility to speak up for children. I'm not a hateful person. I have lost 3 very dear and very gay friends to AIDS. I have some wisdom and experience from knowing history. There is not discrimination against LGBTQ community. There is a target on children's teaching from teaching them sexual ideology that is not age appropriate. To compare Drag Queen Story Hour to Flip Wilson or Klinger in a dress is disingenuous at best. So, and then just to back up what Robert Beadles said about the election rolls, the voter rolls, I worked to submit information of those that had moved to the Register of Voters. I don't know if that was taken into consideration or not. Thank you.
Next is Phil Harrison, followed by John Kent.
Yes, I'm requesting my comments be read in the minutes of the meeting today. I am a taxpayer living in Washoe County. My library card proves it, that I'm a Washoe County library card, proves that I'm a resident here. Live in Sparks, and I in District 4, in Vaughn's district. I'm going to start off with a quote to you from Vladimir Lenin, founder of the Russian Communist Party. He says, "Give me 4 years to teach the children, and the seed I have sown will never be uprooted." He also proclaimed, "Give me just 1 generation of youth, and I will transform the whole world." This agenda that's coming from the drag queen, it's an indoctrination, is what it is. And Lenin said it very well regarding the communist ideology. Today we wonder why so many have gender dysphoria, gender incongruence, and other orders of sexual development. Exposing children to a taxpayer-funded drag queen story hour opens the door to gender dysphoria. How can this be good for a minor in this community? So you got to ask yourself, why are all of a sudden all these people, young people, having troubles with their identity? It's being perpetrated on them at a younger and younger age, and we're seeing it through this drag queen story hour. Here's a quote from a researcher, George Barna. A child's worldview where beliefs determine behavior is typically formed by age 13. As we think about the future, our priority must be the children. So this is an attempt for a lifestyle to be perpetrated upon youth as early as possible. And from a Christian perspective, I always think about 52 of the 56 signers of the Declaration of Independence were Orthodox Christian. I wonder what they would think today at what our libraries have turned into. It's amazing. Okay, so I'm requesting the Drag Queen Story Hour not be held at our taxpayer-funded libraries, and I'm requesting it be placed on the agenda of the next Board County Commissioners meeting, which I believe is March 28th. Thank you.
Next is John Kent, followed by Bob Belknap.
Hello, Commissioners. For the record, my name is John Quant, and I want to thank you for your service to the county citizens of Washoe. I'm a recent citizen here. I do vote. We've been here less than 2 years. And I can tell you, I grew up in L.A. I lived on the streets of L.A., particularly Hollywood Boulevard. I'm very familiar with this lifestyle. I attended a lot of parties. I did a lot of partying. I understand what went on. I still have friends. I still have 3 friends that are drag artists. One's nationally known. They don't consider themselves, and they never refer to themselves as drag queens. They are drag artists. Flip Wilson was a drag artist. Drag artists are acceptable. They are performing for adults. Drag queens, well, drag queens, they have a desire to push, and the ones that have a desire to push their agenda on children, and the people that empower them, those are demented socialist predators. They are predators. They are ruining our society. I've seen it happen in LA, I've seen it happen in Seattle, and I've seen it happen in Portland. That's why we're here now. We moved here because of the demented downsizing and of the social construct of those cities brought socialism and crime to the point where it was unbearable. Just this morning, one of our friends called us and told us in Vancouver, Washington, that his daughter was robbed of her car at knife and gunpoint yesterday in Target in broad daylight. If that's what you want to see happening here in Reno in a year or two, keep going down this path. So I got a couple minutes, so I want to cover a couple other subjects. So I was an assistant manager at a poll for the elections till they let me go because I pointed out too many discrepancies. I know that they didn't say that's why they let me go, but they said they didn't need my services anymore because I saw so many people coming in with multiple ballots, so many people complaining about the system and the structure that their ballots weren't being registered. I saw people voting without being able to prove that they actually lived in this county. And when I called it, when I brought it to the attention, I was just asked to go home after 3 days. So, voting. Fentanyl. Boy, people, you don't understand how bad it's going to get. I've lost my younger brother 4 years ago. He was a part of it. He was part of the system that was bringing that stuff up here. They found him hanging from a tree in Santa Barbara. That's going to come here if you don't start paying attention to the problem. Thank you.
Bob Belknap, followed by Joel Quist.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Bob Belknap. My comments are for the record. And I want you to know that I stand with these folks in opposition to the drag queen story time. And by the way, my preferred pronoun is it, because it's about time we woke up to this. It is time to take back our country, and it is time to save our children. It's a waste of taxpayer money to be paying for this. I am surprised and shocked that we even have a gathering like this to consider something. What a total waste of your time and mine. So if you need to replace your library director, get it done, because it is time to take action. For the poor fellow who was so afraid, he came down here to speak in favor of the drag queen. Buddy, I suggest you examine your soul and your spirit and get right. Because it is about time that we stand with our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and make the proper moves we need to make to take our nation, our cities, and our county back. Thank you very much.
Joel Quist, followed by Anthony Manhoff.
Hi, my name is Joel Quist. I'm a resident of Mogul here in Washoe County. And first of all, I'd like to say a little prayer. Lord, Heavenly Father God, I just pray that you would open the eyes and the ears of the people that would approve of this deviant and sexual exploitation, Lord. I just pray that in Jesus' name. And then I'd like to thank all the veterans, men and women that are here in this room. I don't want my tax dollars paying for drag queen story hour. We'd have to pay for the facility, the staff, the utilities, and the insurance. It'd probably be quite expensive. And I don't want my tax dollars going for that. I think it's inappropriate. People have moved to this, immigrated to this country because of its founding principles. Although, you know, our country doesn't have a perfect history. But why do people keep coming to this country? It's because it's the best system on earth. But it's changing. Just like Bob said, it's getting deviant, it's getting sexual. I've never seen so much sexploitation in my life as in this current decade. I mean, we are sexploitating everything, and it's got to stop, especially with the kids. I would equate it with sex trafficking or human trafficking. I think it's horrible. Then it's promoting men and women's sports and locker rooms. I think that disrespects women and people with real sexual issues. you know, there was an opportunity during COVID to homeschool. I think that was a blessing, to get our kids out of school and quit being indoctrinized or sexploited. Normal, what is normal? You know, there was the one person that said, oh, people laugh, you know, because these people think it's not normal to be a drag queen. Well, I don't think it's normal either, but what's normal is what people came to this country for in the first place. Because it's a first place of freedom, first place that you can work to become a productive member of society. And then like Bob said, if this was an acceptable practice, we wouldn't be having this conversation. It's not acceptable. If these people want to do it on their own time, on their own dime, in their own place, I think that's fine. Just not on our dime. Thank you.
Anthony Manha, followed by Darcy Patterson.
Hello, I'm Anthony Mignat, constituent and resident of District 4. I have two things I'd like to talk about. First of all is the fentanyl issue. Drugs in this area is becoming more and more prevalent, and with that, fentanyl is being hidden in everything from candy-like substances to counterfeit drugs. And while we're not on the border, it's becoming more and more of an issue. And I request that the Commission do everything possible to curtail it while it's still able to be curtailed. You see certain areas, especially those along the border, that do not have the judicial system, the implementation of prison time and trafficking curtailment, and it's overrunning their community, and I'd hate to see the same thing here. As for the drag queen story hour, most people believe that we are against the drag queens themselves. I myself am not. I just do not want it funded by us, the people. Most of you, if not all, have had children. Do you want a third party indoctrinating your children or grandchildren with any sort of sexual content? I believe that's up to the people, the parents, to do, not from somebody from an outside source. I believe that as the commissioners, I believe we should put this up for an agenda vote and defund the drag queen story hour. Thank you.
Darcy Patterson, followed by John Hesse.
Hello, my name is Darcy Patterson, and I thank you for the opportunity to share today. I'm honored to share my path and why I qualified to give my story. 6 years ago tomorrow, on March 1st, 2017, I suffered the deepest pain and horror a mom can experience. Let me tell you the story of my beautiful daughter, Kirsten Nicole Yamaoka, and our family's experience, journey, and devastation at the hands of opioids. While growing up, Kirsten didn't say, when I grow up, I'm going to be an addict someday. She was a fun-loving, happy little girl, dreaming of an amazing future. She loved life and was your instant friend. She was also an excellent student, talented athlete, giving daughter, and there were no roadblocks in her way. In middle school, Kirsten met some friends that were not living a life known to Kirsten at that time. She began smoking and drinking. This was the beginning of her decline. She was still the same beautiful young lady, but now battling depression, being a teenager, family addictions, and rape. Kirsten was introduced to Percocet, an opiate, which was not her prescription, and she became physically and mentally dependent on opiates. Once engulfed in the opiate addiction, she turned to heroin due to its easy access and cheap cost. Heroin controlled her whole life, and began to control our family. Our family struggled with her overwhelming addiction. We had to witness and endure lies, anger, overdoses, jail, and many rehabs. Also, there were many withdrawals, theft, and emotional and physical pain. We did everything possible to cure my daughter's disease of opiate addiction, and this wasn't to be. Devastatingly, March 1st, 2017, my blue-eyed Kirsten died from an overdose of heroin. She was all alone in the back of her car in Idlewild Park. This was her 21st birthday. She had been sober for 6 months, had a job at UPS, had bought a new car to her, graduated from drug court, and had her own place. From the outside, everything looked great, and this wasn't expected. But the addiction to heroin, its brain changes, and its calling never stopped terrorizing my daughter. My heart is forever broken, as I will never again get to tell her I love her, celebrate her victories, and watch her grow up. Please remember that even though we are giving statistics today, they represent someone's child. Please consider your grief if this scenario happened.
John Hesse, followed by Dr. Lane Linebaugh.
Well, thank you. I kind of forgot what I was going to say after that story. I have two 18-year-old granddaughters, and they're honor students at high school, and they're both going to UNR now, and I'm just glad they're alive and getting good grades and still call Grandpa once in a while. Anyway, I'm here to voice my opinion about what's going on at the libraries. And the one gentleman that spoke for it, I'm not against him or what his ideas are. To me, those are weird. They're different, they're strange, they're not American. And if they want to do something that is, we used to call them queers, I guess now you can't even, gee, I'm sorry I said that. I hope I don't get kicked out. Anyway, if they want to do something like that, and the drag queens, that's what they would remind me of, why do we want to make girls into boys and boys into girls? It just seemed like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And then to have it being done on my dime as part of the library system that I'm paying taxes on, and I don't know the person that's in charge of this, but he doesn't sound like a real righteous person. And then some of these other people that when they go to church and they are going to take kids on a field trip or something like that, they have to be fingerprinted. They have to do a lot of things. And then to have some of these, I think homosexuals, queers is what I call them, in charge of programs at the county library that's on my dime, and I'm thinking, oh boy, this thing is really going sideways. I don't like it. I hope that it's on the agenda so that instead of guys like myself or ladies that were telling stories about this, can be put on the agenda and do it the American way, and let's vote on it. And if more people vote on it and say, yeah, that's what we want, I guess I'll go along with it. I don't like it, but I guess I'll go along with it. So I hope that you folks are able to do your job with along with the many. Von Hartung, bless his heart, is. Anyway, he's my county commissioner. I was born at Washoe Medical Center 83 years ago, and I've been a resident ever since, and my kids are here, and my son and daughter are both here. My grandkids are here. I hope the good Lord lets me be planted here. And I thank you very much for your time, and you got a big job to do, but I hope that you do the right thing and either defund this or just get rid of this drag queen in our libraries. Thanks for your time.
Dr. Lane Linebaugh, followed by Jeff Church.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here, and sorry for your loss. There's a lot of loss in the room today.
think we're all speaking against that, actually. I'm Dr. Lane Linebaugh, and I request that this statement be read into the meeting, the minutes of the meeting. I'm a 20-year resident of Washoe County this time around, and Alexis Hill is my representative commissioner. We must steward and guide our children, training them up into the way they should go. With the lowest test scores and highest dropout rate in the nation, I think we need to raise a bar by quite a bit. I fail to see how men dressed in sexualized women's clothing and makeup reading questionable material to our precious children will get us there. I have a vested interest in the programming of Washoe County Public Libraries and not harming a hair on the heads of these children. The statistics are really clear. You can go look it up yourselves, 25 seconds to find the truth. Children are exposed to sexually and gender confused lifestyles are at increased risk of suicide, depression, addiction, and homelessness. Let's give our children a chance in Washoe County and in Nevada and in our nation. Maybe we could be the leader in our nation in something instead of last. We do not want Drag Queen Story Hour held at our taxpayer-funded libraries. No taxpayer funds should be used in programs that put our children at risk by groomers with radical agendas of indoctrination, and I'm requesting that this be placed on a future agenda. And since I have a little time left, I guess I'm one of the old people. But I remember Story Hour. And it was the time of my life, whether it was in the little community park or at the library. And the people that read to us, we knew exactly who they were. They were mothers and grandmothers. And we had the time of our lives. Like somebody spoke about taking their grandchild to a story hour recently, and the children are dancing around and having fun and not being indoctrinated. We had real stories and talking about reading and animals and parks and God, and so that's what we need in our nation and in our city, so our children can grow up properly. Thank you.
Jeff Church, followed by Kat DeClue.
Good morning, or almost good afternoon. I have to be at school board in 9 minutes. I don't think I'm going to make it. My name is Jeff Church. I do want to opine on the Drag Queen Story Hour, and I don't know much about it, but I want to do it in a logical manner. First of all, it's extremely logical that we do agendize this for discussion. That's the bottom line. As a veteran, I strongly support constitutional rights and the right to free speech. And that even includes the pro-drag queen speaker that attacked me based on my age and somehow felt that I was a threat to his safety. But again, that's the constitutional rights. Religious rights are also a constitutional right. The one thing that kind of strikes me about this is it appears that it's a biased program. Now, again, if somebody rents a room, I have no problem with it, but it seems what I'm being told is this is funded at taxpayer expense. It's biased. Apparently, in order to be the speaker, you have to be a male dressed in female attire. Dressed as I am today, could I be a speaker there? Apparently not. As a veteran, retired Air Force, I have to ask, do we have or should we have a veteran story hour? As a retired Reno police officer, I have to ask, do we have a law enforcement or should we have a law enforcement story hour? So basically, I'm just asking you to agendize this. I actually came mainly to speak about the opioid crisis. I think it's item number 5, so I'm just going to have to give my material to the clerk. But the problem of opioid abuse, the problem of drugs in our schools is out of control. 51% of our staff believes that drug use is a moderate to major problem in the schools. 27% of our students in 12th grade admit to being a regular user of marijuana. We have 3 to 6% of our students that admit to using hard drugs such as heroin, cocaine, and methamphetamine. We have a serious problem, and it's only our problem on the school board until 2 o'clock when they're out, approximately less than 200 days out of the year. It's really your problem because they go out into society and become a pipeline to prison. So when that agenda item comes up, I appreciate any consideration you give to that, but drugs are an incredible problem. Drugs in the school are an incredible problem, and nobody seems to be doing anything about it. Thank you.
Kat DeClue, followed by Roger Edwards.
Hi, I'll be speaking kind of quickly here. I have a lot to say. My name's Kat. I live in District 1. Alexis Hill is my commissioner here. Oh yeah, library card, just like all of you. I read books too. So this feels pretty insane. Do you all hear the way you're talking about your fellow humans? Who raised you all? What is this? Are you crazy? In a democracy, this is not a theocracy. In a democracy, we do not base laws on religious morals. We do not dictate to others how they should live based on our own personal preferences. Many of you here are assuming that others think like you, but this country is founded on ideals of a diversity of opinions. You all are spreading so many dangerous and hateful lies here. I don't have time to get into them all, but you ought to be ashamed of yourselves for such blatant and harmful dishonesty. Drag is not inherently sexual, no matter how hard you lie about it. Drag queens exposing themselves to children is a complete fabrication. Most drag queens are more like clowns than burlesque. It said earlier that a lack of background checks led to this issue. If safety of the children was what these folks cared about, then I agree. We should do background checks on everyone who works with children. It seems like an easy solution, and yet it's not what any of these folks are demanding. If they were actually worried about the safety of children, they would be demanding background checks, obviously. But they're not. That's not what they're demanding, because this is not the actual issue for them, obviously. So the goal for these folks is not to protect anyone. Instead, their goal is to exclude some people, to a specific group of people, undesirables who they deem harmful and not worthy of equal treatment or opportunity. The goal for these folks is eventually to use laws to cause trans folks to cease to exist. The red herring about a drag performer is intentionally just the tip of the iceberg. This is obvious, and you don't need me to put these pieces together for you, but lucky you, I'm going to do it anyway. Treating this drag story hour as some kind of problem and associating trans folks with both drag and pedophilia is not a result of well-intentioned people seeking to preserve a family freedoms or whatever. Look at what's happening across the country. It isn't just a coincidence of timing that we find ourselves here addressing this issue as 20 plus, maybe half the country, other states are putting anti-trans laws in the books. These folks here, these well-organized folks with their cookie-cutter arguments, wish to legislate us out of existence. The UN has a term for such policies. I'll leave it to you all to look up or think about what that term might be. It's not a friendly word. Speaking for myself, oh, excuse me, I missed a section here. I can't find a single outlet, reputable or otherwise, suggesting any such event happened or almost happened involving a Nevada library. It appears to be a complete fabrication. It would be nice to be able to say all of us here intend to be honest and are speaking in good faith, but I can only speak for myself. Speaking for myself, I'm here to help prevent insidious, slippery slope, hateful ideology from creating Washoe County from becoming another place where trans folks find themselves at the business end of exclusionary and authoritarian policies. I'm here to protect freedom, here to defend my rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Today, Commissioner, we are not discussing the safety of children. Background checks would have solved this. We're here to determine if we are going to allow
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Next public commenter.
Roger Edwards, followed by Herman Manriquez.
Wow. All right, Roger Edwards, 49-year resident of Washoe County. I took all my kids and grandkids to the library. 37-year military veteran. And Mr. DeClue's probably off the track just slightly. We didn't discuss background checks because I, and I think most of my friends here, assumed that the background checks are already being done. If they weren't, then that needs to be moved up the priority list, obviously. But anyway, you know, raising children is tough enough. Going to the library was like going to Disneyland for my kids. They were just overwhelmed by the books and the stories and the stuff that's going on, and it was just wonderful. And but now to try to throw the mix in there with figuring out some bearded guy in a dress is okay to read a story, when my pastor can't go down and read a story right after that person does. I checked last year when they were doing it down at the main library. My pastor of over 40 years was ready, willing, and able to go down and read one of the books out of the Bible to anybody that wanted to listen. But we were told that that was too radical, too discretionary, too this, too that, and we couldn't even get on, getting a permit to have a reading from the Bible right after a drag queen story hour. Now, by exclusion, you're making a statement that drag queen story hour is okay and reading from the Bible is not. Pretty simple, folks. If you're going to take a stand like that, then you got to be behind it. And everybody sees what's going on, and you're being pressured, and you're letting the school or the library board cave in under pressure, and you need to help them out. We don't need drag queen story hour without something equally opposite to balance it. All right? Thank you.
Herman Manriquez, followed by Wesley Griffin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Herman. I am a resident and taxpayer of Washoe County and proud Nevadan. I have been living here for the past 20 plus years. County Commissioner Mike Clark represents me and my community. I like you, Commissioner, moved from Southern California, looking for a better life for me and my family. I have a 9-year-old daughter, a 13-year-old son, both who are registered members of the Washoe County Library. I also have a 9-month toddler who probably will never experience what it is to be a kid and go to your local library. Both my wife and I have vested interest in the library program and in the safety of our children, protected those from the agendas to sexually groom and indoctrinate our children. These children and my children should be safe, and it is our duty and responsibility to do so. We are already facing bigger issues like depression, addiction, and suicide. The Bible states on Proverbs 22:6, direct your children onto the right path, and when they are older, they will not leave it. Psalm 78:6, so the next generation might know them, even the children not yet born, and they in turn will teach their own children. Deuteronomy 6:20, in the future your children will ask you, what is the meaning of these laws, decrees, and regulations the Lord, the God, has commanded us to obey? I don't believe that I only speak for me and my family, but for our future generations. I do not want drag queen story time or held our taxpayer funded libraries. No taxpayer funds should be used for these programs. I want everybody to look at your left. Our Washoe County Commission statement reads, working together regionally to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and health. I ask everyone here to stand by this because our county and communities are becoming less and less safe. Lastly, I am quoting County Commissioner Mike on an interview that was done 4 months ago by the Nevada Globe. I am proud to stand up for the taxpayers. I am not a team player for the county. I ask that everyone here stand and request that this be placed on a future agenda or defunded. Thank you.
Wesley Griffin, followed by Marshall Delbeck.
Good morning. Is it still morning? Commissioners, thanks for the opportunity to come and address you. That's one of the things that I'm very thankful for is we live in a country where we have a First Amendment that guarantees our rights to have our own opinion and to express that opinion. And I'm glad that I'm able to do so. I'm glad that other people that have opinions different than mine are able to state those too. I've been a resident of Washoe County going on 63 years. I'm a card-holding member of the Washoe County Library System. I spent 4 years in the U.S. Air Force with an honorable discharge. I spent 4 years in the U.S. Air Force with an honorable discharge, if somebody didn't hear me. Many other people have done other things than that to serve our community. But I'm here, there comes a time, I think, sometimes in your life when you just have to stand to be counted, and I think this is one of them. And I am very much opposed to our tax dollars being spent for the Drag Queen Story Hour. And I would like to see that put on the agenda. And then we can really hear from both sides of the issue. We were exposed to it not too long ago by many religious leaders, especially in the Catholic Church, groom children. And we all know what that cost the Catholic Church in dollars, probably billions of dollars. Whether we like it or not, us allowing that in a public facility exposes us to some very extreme liability. And I would suspect it exposes you as county commissioners also. So I think it would be a great idea to actually have this put on the agenda and have people be able to come and express their opinion. After all, that's what we're all about. We're supposedly a democratic system. I don't have a whole lot of other things to say about the problems of pedophilia. There's plenty to be read about it, and I'm not going to change anybody's opinion.
Marshall Delbeck, followed by Kathy Reyes.
Hello, my name is Marshall. I'm a second-generation Belgian American. I grew up in Dayton, Nevada, living out in Sparks for about 8 years now, just in Washoe County. Myra Luz is my commissioner. I'd like to start off pointing out several logical fallacies, including that not a single person here has cited a reliable source. Not a single one of them can also decide in this moment to be gay or transgender, despite it being a choice, because it's not a choice. And most of not all of the women in this room are wearing pants. The Founding Fathers also wore lace tights and wigs. I don't think it'd be very fair to call any of you pedophiles, so I'll let you draw your own conclusions on that. My great aunt was a Hitler Youth in Belgium. Children in Belgium didn't have much of a choice, so I know how easy it is for children to be brainwashed by their governments into waving the German flag. And if the boot fits, the folks waving the flag behind me are really no different, as they've grown up in a time that no longer exists that has also enabled the same propaganda as Nazi Germany. And if they want to generalize us by calling us pedophiles, by calling us queers, by calling us faggots, I think it's safe to generalize that these guys are Nazis. Seriously. And I know this because my dad, who is an Alex Jones fanatic, Trump supporter, and proudly self-declared separatist, not racist, would be adored by these guys. When I was 17 and I was found out that I was queer, he threatened to beat me to death, and I quote, for coming out, quote unquote, as a dyke. If I ever, and all of his friends, who most of them are old, straight, white people who are registered as Republicans, have commented on my body growing up, especially during puberty. They've asked me if I had a boyfriend yet, expected me to have children, and asked, how many children would you like? And they've also belittled me for expressing my own boundaries, my own physical boundaries growing up. So before coming after me and my community, start with your own. Start with your creepy uncles, your pastors, yourselves, start it in your own home instead of coming after mine, because as far as I'm concerned, my community does a lot of work in kicking out creeps, kicking out pedophiles from our bars. Don't sexualize me. My existence is not for you to sexualize. It's not for you to decide. And Darcy, my heart goes out to you, and I thank you for unconditionally loving your daughter the way my dad should have. Thank you.
Kathy Reyes, followed by Shannon Castaneda.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us, and I'd like my comments for the record, please. I'm a card-carrying library member, too, and mine's the older card before my card. They probably chiseled them as they were dodging the dinosaurs to create them out of the rock. But I'd like to have some levity here, and for those of you behind me, yes, I'm old. In my generation, we grew up with Wonder Woman, and this new generation can't even define a woman. Earlier, Alexis Hill, Tyler Colton came up here, and you got all giddy because you knew him, and he had to let you know his family members and the positions they held. Well, I did 21 years as a federal agent. I dealt with 2 presidents and Donald Rumsfeld, and those 2 presidents are still upright and walking around. But needless to say, I don't support and would like that on the agenda, and I hate to say it and I won't say it, but I don't mind if you want to play dress up. I dress up, and I'm sorry, people, yeah, I dress up. It's usually in October when I attend a Halloween party. So I have no problems with that, but what I do have a problem is when you expose our children to it. So that drag queen library hour, well, you know what? There's more than one way to skin a cat, and that is the Old Testament, the New Testament, Kirk Cameron's books, and they denied him to read it, and then they had to rescind that, and they had to allow him in. And those obstacles, he steamrolls. We will take it to court. There will be people that will fund it. That has businesses also, like Tyler Colton has a small business. There's other business owners in here. We have children, and some have grandchildren because their children watch their kids, their grandkids, and we'll expose them to the library, but hopefully not to the drag queen library reading hour. If you want to play dress up and you want to expose yourself and go to those extremes, do it behind closed doors if that's what you think, that you need to show your genitals and expose yourself. Do that with your own community. And as far as Marshall and Kat and Tyler, those guys were very angry when they were speaking up here. And the other thing I want to say is Tyler, if you do know him so well, ask him why he flipped one of the people in the audience, one of the ladies that did leave, he flipped her off and he called another lady, excuse the expression, but this is the word he used, bitch. There's several witnesses back there. So you had 3 individuals that are against the majority here. And can I see a show of hands? Raise your flags.
Please
or
address
your hands.
the Board of County
Excuse me.
Commissioners.
Raise your hands.
Please
and show
address
your
the Board
flags
of County
that
Commissioners.
Are offended by this.
You are to address the Board of County Commissioners, not the audience. Please address the Board of County Commissioners.
This is my freedom of speech.
Thank you for your time.
Public comment.
Shannon Castaneda, followed by Valerie Wade.
Hello, I'm Shannon Castaneda, District 14. In response to Mr. Colton's comments, I am not that old, and I don't hate people based on who they are attracted to or how they dress or because they have a lifestyle that I might disagree with. But I do disapprove of drag queen story hour at public libraries. Just because these events are becoming trendy in other cities across the nation does not mean that they should be accepted here. I'm a mom, I'm a taxpayer, I'm an educator, and I'm a regular patron of our county libraries. I'm here to express my disapproval of Drag Queen Story Hour because it's not appropriate. It's not an appropriate use of taxpayer-funded facilities. It wouldn't be appropriate for strippers to conduct children's story hour. It wouldn't be appropriate for prostitutes, for porn stars. The list goes on. There are things that are appropriate and things that are not appropriate, and there are times and places. It's not representative of the general public. It's not a proper use of facilities, as it is offensive to some, to many, and it's discriminatory against tax-paying citizens who support these facilities. I reserve the right not to have my children exposed to highly sexualized demonstrations, no matter what the sexual preference is, at a place that should be reserved for educational and learning for the family, for the local family and the local citizen. There are places in society where drag queens can express themselves freely. I am simply saying that public libraries should not be among them. What if we could all agree to take sex out of the public square and put it back where it belongs, in the bedroom? Thank you.
Valerie Wade, followed by Dennis Dybix.
For the record, Valerie Wade, lifelong citizen Sparks. Hate to speak publicly, so my voice will shake a little bit, but here I am today. It appears a Washoe County library card is some special badge of rights over all other individual rights today, so I'd like to trump everyone in this room with my library card, issued in the 1900s, as my grandkids would say, at the Sparks Library. I love the remodel there. Thank you very much. To be clear, I don't actually believe anyone in this room has special rights over anyone else in the community based on their ability to wave a library card in the air. Newsflash, anyone can get a library card. Seems like a lot of anecdotal evidence today, so in 1975, my oldest brother Bobby graduated from Sparks High School. We grew up in a very small community, Sparks life, with friends and family in a single high school. Reed had not even been built yet. A few months after Bobby graduated, he called a friend out of the blue and said, "There's no place in this world for me." And then he jumped off the top of the Nevada State parking garage downtown. He had lived what seemed a happy life, surrounded by family and friends and community, and he believed there was no place in this world for him. And he jumped off a parking garage. He was always smiling in pictures, and he believed there was no place in this world for him. If one single child attends a drag queen story, even one time, and sees one time in their life that there is a place in this world for them, why wouldn't we make that possible? Why? What parent wouldn't want to be able to do that for their child? Believe me, my parents would have given anything to ensure their son always knew there is a place in this world for him. For reasons we will never know, he did not know that. How does it harm anyone else for a child to know there is a place in this world for them? What is going on in our country, in our community, and in this room today is despicable. In conclusion, I want to say something that when I was growing up, we heard a lot, but we don't really say it much nowadays, and we probably don't hear it enough. Mind your own business. Mind your own business. Do I got God? Mind your own business. How much makeup do I wear? Mind your own business. What clothes or shoes do I wear? Mind your own business. Anything about my children, mind your own business. And anything about my grandchildren, mind your own business. Thank you.
Dennis Dybix, followed by Mike Fianacca.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, a little hard of hearing, so I think I'm up next. Anyway, I do not have a library card. My name, first of all, is Dennis Dybix, and I am a resident of Washoe County, and I have been for about 45 or so years. I came to Nevada because my wife remembered a place, and she wanted me to see it, and we ended up buying the Goldfield Hotel. And the result wasn't good. We didn't achieve our goal, but she did write a book. And in 1992, that book was published, and a lot of schools requested that we come and teach and let the kids, they read the book, the teacher read the book in school, and then they wanted to meet the authors. So we came, and we came to about a dozen different schools. And the kids were just overjoyed. I mean, the smiles on their faces, they were learning about something that I gotta say is a little bit remiss on the school board, is that many people afterwards I talked to didn't even know where Goldfield is. They always thought it was down by Virginia City, Gold Hill. Well, they were surprised to find out that Goldfield was once the biggest city in Nevada and the greatest gold camp the world had ever known. But these kids really enjoyed that. But now what I'm hearing is our school board wants to teach CRT. They want to teach this drag queen stuff, which I am totally opposed to. And most of these people have already said all of the things that I feel already, so I don't need to repeat that. But this is wrong. What they're doing to our children in these schools, trying to teach them some of the sex stuff, we have to stop it. You people have to realize you're not on that board for your opinion of what needs to be done, just like the House of Representatives or the Senate. Those people aren't there for what they want. They're there because they represent the people. And I think it's obvious what the people right here want. And we don't want this. There's another thing. The money that you want to spend for this, it's like abortion. We've already gotten rid of that. There's no more federally funded abortion stuff. We need to put the funds where it belongs. Sun Valley needs money. It needs restoration. It needs to be brought up to modern times. Nobody cares about Sun Valley. But they want to teach, they want to allow our kids to have their minds warped by all of this crazy stuff. I am totally, I cannot imagine how you people can even think about doing this kind of stuff. Thank you very much.
Mike Fianacca.
Hello. Glad to have the opportunity to address you guys, and I appreciate the time that you make available. So I want you to know, my name is Mike Fianacca, and I would like to have my comments added to the record, please. I'm long-term resident. I'm in precinct 7417, Von Hartung, District 4, and I've been here a long time. Own a business, been active in the community for quite some time. So I want you to know that I would like you to agendize this whole issue of Drag Queen Story Hour, make it a formal thing. This is really, really a major problem for so many people, and certainly for me. I don't have any animus toward, gay people or LGBTQ, whatever. I just don't, never have. And I think that the argument that would be driving these comments is fallacious, clearly fallacious. Now, what we do know, though, I think, is that in my opposition, I think I'm opposed to it because, to me, this is clearly aberrant behavior, or certainly, I don't mean to make that sound so harsh, but quite honestly, it is by definition. So I am an older taxpayer. My wife reminds me of that, saying, you need to retire, but the reality is that I don't consider myself old. And I notice that most of you in here are certainly not spring chickens. I mean, we've been around for a while. So I think that one of the things that offends me is that, how come I'm not being included? How come inclusion doesn't apply to me as an older male, right? So I think that our tax dollars should not be going toward funding the Drag Queen Story Hour. That's the wrong thing to do, and I think y'all really know that. Now, I understand that you want to be open and even with everybody, but it's not a good idea. It's bad for everybody. It's bad for the little kids in particular. So keep that in mind. That's critical. Now, regarding the opioid crisis that I understand is also another subject for discussion, I want you to know that, we have felt the pain of that because our youngest son, 11 years and 2 months ago, killed himself deliberately. Heroin. I can't tell you what the pain is like. And those of you who have been exposed to that, you know it. So we do things that we can. We try to support, Step One and groups like that. But I think that's something where the dollar should be spent. You should be looking at not worrying about spending dollars on ridiculous programs like Drag Queen Story Hour, but rather on helping remove or improve the addiction crisis that we are all facing. Thanks.
Madam Chair, that is all of the commenters in chambers, but I do have emails to be placed on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will now go to item 4, and I'd like to ask the board if after we do item 4, we take a little break for lunch and a bathroom break and come back. So but I want to make sure that the public commenters can hear any commissioner or manager announcements. So, Mr. Manager, item 4, please.
Item 4 is commissioners, county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And I just wanted to kick off the comments and make it clear to the public, because I think there's a lot of misinformation, and that we do not spend any county funds on the Drag Queen Story Hour. The program is actually funded by the Friends of Washoe County Library, and that is a nonprofit group that supports our library. And then by Nevada statute, the Washoe County Board of Commissioners does not have oversight on the programming through the Washoe County Library system because of the following NRS. And so y'all can look this up if you'd like. NRS 379-027, powers and duties of the librarian. The librarian of any consolidated county, district, or town library shall administer all functions of the library, employ assistants, and carry out the policies established by the trustee of the library, and may recommend policies to the trustees. The Board of the Trustees of the Washoe County Library System, in accordance with NRS 379-022, is responsible for governing the operations of the Washoe County Library System. All questions or comments regarding any programming decisions should be directed to the Library Director, Jeff Scott. We also today, during our Board of County Commissioner meeting, will be looking at ways to make our appointed positions more accountable to the Board of County Commissioners. This is item 12 on the agenda. So that is an update that we are looking at. And I think that is all. I just wanted to make sure I outlined that and what the span of control is for the Board of County Commissioners. I will now go to Commissioner comments. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know the NRS states that, and I just would like to know from our legal man here. There are adjustments that this board can make that on every other board that we have, it seems. And we do have some leeway. Is that not true? Advisable.
Madam Chair, in response to the question, if you're okay with me responding at this time?
Yes, Mr. Edwards, I'd love to hear from
Commissioner, thank you. The statutory references that the chair today referenced are correct. I will add that in that same chapter, NRS 379.010, and I think this is what you're referring to, Commissioner Herman, this board does have the discretion whether or not you do or do not have a county library. This board does have the discretion how much you decide to fund that library with, and whether to continue providing that funding. So those are discretionary matters for this board, and I do think that's probably what you're referring to when you say that this board does have some level of authority over the system. So that is part of the system.
So monetarily.
You get the power of the purse.
I just want to reiterate something I've said before, and this has been my biggest problem with the library system as it is today. Differences of opinion always occur. I mean, everybody's different. But at one time, I offered to purchase Rush Revere books for all the libraries and maybe have a reading program for that. And I was going to pay for that personally, not out of funds that were given by the people or anything. Anyhow, I was refused on the grounds that it was inappropriate. So that means I still have to deal with the person that said it was inappropriate in order to get a change made such as this, what our citizens have brought to us. I just don't like inequality.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah. Is there something we can do?
Again, you have that financial power over the library system.
So we know what we have to do. All right. All right, thank you for that. I have a couple other items that, since we aren't going to be able to put that on as an agenda item, evidently, correct?
As far as today, you're correct. You can discuss the public comment that's taken place, but you can't deliberate or take action on any of those matters.
Okay, so I explained where I stand on that. I just wanted to mention a couple of other things. And one of what I just wanted to find out if anything is happening with the seniors that have been calling me that are just like shocked by their assessment reports that they received in the mail. I was kind of shocked when I got mine too, so I can imagine what some of the folks on Social Security are thinking. And I think it's really important that we push something soon about those assessments, and I would like to know from you, sir, our legal man, how is there anything we can do as a board to give relief legally to some of the seniors that, if they request help? Is there anything that we can do? I've heard a lot about what we can't do.
And this is in terms of real property tax assessments?
Yes.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
So there's a whole system set up for people to file challenges in front of the Board of Equalization, which I believe is meeting in its term right now, where they can challenge or make claims that the assessments on their property are inaccurate, overlook certain things, don't take into account all the factors that they should to arrive at the correct level. You do have a former assessor sitting up here at the dais with you today who I'm sure has quite a bit of particular knowledge about the way those systems work, and I know that the two of you have talked in the past about items that affected a particular community, and that happened at the end of last year. So that is one sort of template that is out there that was relied on with respect to properties in a particular community. As far as the rest of what your question is, does this board have options to take actions in addition to the system that's set up with the Board of Equalization. That's something I'd like to have our folks in our office take a little closer of a look at and get back to you on that outside of the meeting today, just so we can take a look at potential avenues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I think that's, okay, so I'd like to make a notice of this as well. The Sierra Sage Golf Course is having a very hard time due to the fact that their water usage that costs $40,000 a year is now $120,000 a year, and so I'm wondering if there is some way to help that out, because the person that's running the golf course is having a very difficult time trying to keep it going. So, and then I'd like to make sure before we come back this afternoon that I'd like to request that 8C1 be removed from the agenda today.
That'd be tabled?
Tabled.
And not discussed?
Not discussed.
Okay, well, when we get to consent, we can have that discussion, so thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Commissioner Herman?
That's it. I'm
okay.
sorry.
Oh, no, don't apologize. This is your time. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hill. I've got a few items, and it's going to be a few minutes, but I'm going to start with, I want to talk about some things that, rather than remove from the consent agenda, just talk about them now. So I'm on item 8C1, the Lemon Valley Land Company. This goes back to when Jim Galloway's days as the commission chair, 1998, 1999. Is this simply bookkeeping? And out of the 2,112 residential units, were any of those built? How many of those were built is what I'd like to know about that. 8C1. 8C2, Ellen Park Playground Improvement Project located at 12450 Creek Crest Drive, Reno. It's in District 2. Can I ask how we advertise these bids? We only received one bid, and I'm just wondering how do we get the word out about these bids? This almost reminiscent of the Board of Equalization, the Senior Services Board, the Open Space and Parks Commission. I just want to know how we advertise and how do we get people that are interested in serving as volunteers to apply to these boards, and how do we send these bids out? Who does this go out to? Does this go to all the contractors in the county? What do we use to advertise those bids? Next, I want to talk about item 8D1 regarding the audit completed of the Public Administrator's Office. Can I ask a couple of questions? What is the record retention schedule to reduce the risk, liability, and expense to the county? And is it uniform throughout all departments in the county? On item 8E1 regarding the appointment, this is the one I was just referring to, the appointment of Miles Gertler to fill a vacancy on the Washoe County Open Space and Regional Parks Commission. I believe there are 8 people on the board, and the current board is made up of 5 men and 3 women. With this appointment, it'll be 6 men and 2 women, with March kicking off National Women's Month. While I don't want to have board decisions based on gender, I'd like to see more diversified board. And looking at the applications, we have several women who have applied. I mean, also, who makes the decision to choose who to appoint these? I mean, I've only been here a short while, but it seems like every time we have a meeting, we're appointing or voting to appoint somebody. It just shows up on the agenda. I don't get a chance to vet these people or look at their background or find out what their qualifications are. I think it's important that we have some knowledge before we vote on anything. I'd like to switch now to item 8F1, the amount we're accepting from the state of Nevada to support youth aging out of foster care with achieving their goals for greater independence. I think this is great. People don't realize how difficult it is for foster children when they age out. I mean, these kids need as much support as we can give them. Item 6, regarding the settlement agreement between Washoe County School District. I wonder why we're voting on this today. The deadline for claims is May 1st, 2023. I realize that Washoe County School District filed a legal action with the Washoe County District Court, dismissed. Now the Washoe County School District has a pending appeal at the Nevada Supreme Court. Are we getting ahead of the appeal? Item 9, congratulations to the team that's kept the elevator going at the Reno Downtown Library. And reading through the staff report, it was installed in 1965. My question is, and sorry I don't know this, who owns this building? And staying close to the downtown, Reno Downtown Library, the parking garage, it's kitty corner across the street from the library, is that owned by the county? And what revenue do we receive from the people in the parking garage? Item 12, unclassified management employees. The recommendation includes number 5, notifying the chair and vice chair of complaints made against department heads appointed by the board. Why are we only notifying the chair and the vice chair if there's complaints against people appointed by this board? We're all elected. We should all know these are important positions. I want to know if there's a complaint, and I'm not allowed to know that. Lastly, I want to talk about the comments, the public comments today. I've just done a rough survey. Looks like about 39 or 40% are opposed to the story hour. 3 or 4 were for the story hour. But I think as I listened through the group, what I heard primarily from the folks in the audience is people didn't want the children mixed in with this. People weren't vilifying anybody's sexual orientation or however they want to conduct themselves as adults. It's the children that they don't want mixed in here. And I got to tell you, as a parent, when my daughter was young, I didn't allow her around clowns. I don't trust clowns. All right. They creep me out, period. And as an adult, I want to monitor what the kids are doing at all times. I don't trust any adults that want to hang around with kids for just that purpose. You know, I'm not for this. If somebody wants to do this at a private club, at a church, wherever they want to do this, they should be able to do whatever they want to do. But when you mix the children in, that's the issue. And I think that's what I got here today, is children mixing up with adult-themed ideas are the problem. And so I agree with the majority of the folks who'd like to see this on the agenda and voted on. I'd like to comment on Bruce Park's comments. There's a vacancy on the board. The vacancy needs to be filled, and it needs to be advertised properly and made sure that enough people who are passionate about the library are involved in the management of the library. So let's fill that position as soon as possible. And you know, just down the line, you just see so many people. I think one of the last speakers, Mike Fianaka, you know, really said it best. I mean, we just don't want to mix the kids in with this. We don't want to. We don't care if people want to be in drag. We don't care if people want to read to each other. I don't care about that at all personally, but my constituents are of the opinion that they don't want the children involved in that. So let's protect the kids. My last comment here, I think we have another moment of silence here in the county today. We did it for the poor people who got killed in that plane crash. But what about out here in the North Valley? Is a 14-year-old girl stabbed to death by other 14-year-old kids? What the heck kind of country do we live in? What kind of place is this? What kind of county do we live in when kids are stabbing each other? These people have got their whole lives ahead of them. And think about the families and the friends and the relatives. It's just unconscionable. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia, I have you signed in.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. We've talked about loss a lot today, and I thank everybody who showed up today to share their personal stories. It takes a lot of courage to do that, and we know that the entire community was devastated to hear the terrible news about the Remsa Care flight. And after a traumatic event like this, the ripple effect of grief can be felt by everyone, and especially those on our first responders and for the folks who work in the healthcare industry. And so I just wanted to remind folks that, you know, events like this can cause a wide range of emotions, and so it's important to check on each other and to take the time to share resources with each other. And one of those resources that's made available to all county residents, no matter where you live, is Washoe 311, and you can be contacted. There's a lot of resources online. So I wanted to remind the public about that. I took a tour of Remsa just last Wednesday, and it was clear what a tight-knit group that team was. I walked around the dispatch. I saw members from the care flight walking through, passing through, and you know, we know what a tough job it is, especially if you go see it firsthand. You can see the amount of pressure and stress that these individuals are on as the phone is ringing off the hook. And so I just could not stop thinking about the team and the staff that, even despite the tremendous grief and loss of a staff member, were still there, still showed up to work, and still responded to the emergency calls that kept coming in. And we had a lot due to the weather. And so I just, again, in addition to our moment of silence, offer condolences to the families that were all impacted. Some of us in the room knew these individuals. I also want to acknowledge Barry Duplantis' leadership with this Remsa team. And again, please contact 311 if you have any emotions that you're trying to sort through, or if you need help, we can connect you to the available resources we have in our communities. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as everyone knows, we have had some really rough weather out there. And I just wanted to thank our first responders. There was a tanker spill on the USA Parkway on Saturday, and Truckee Meadows and Story County crews responded, and Truckee Meadows rendered aid to the driver, who was transported to Story County with minor injuries. And this could have had a terrible environmental impact. The tanker was carrying both unleaded and diesel fuel, and a little less than 100 gallons of fuel spilled. The crews reached out quickly, created a dam to prevent the flow of fuel from going into the Truckee River to our neighbors at the Pyramid Paiute tribe, and we did check in with them as well. So thank you to the team for that. And there were multiple accidents on I-580 on Sunday on whiteout and windy conditions. I'm sure there are more today. And our crews responded to 36 vehicles involved and provided shelter to victims. So winter is unpredictable in Northern Nevada. We're certainly still in the thick of it, so please slow down, drive safely, look out for your friends and neighbors. We're going to take a half-hour lunch break. We'll be back at 1:15. Thank you. Okay, it is 1:15. I'd love if I could call this County Board of Commissioners meeting to order. We will be going back to item 4 because I missed that Commissioner Clark had another comment, and then I also missed our county manager. My apologies. And then we'll continue on with the rest of the agenda. Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Commissioner, Vice Commissioner, Vice Chair Commissioner Hill. Thank you. I had a couple of other comments that I wanted to share, and I missed them earlier. I would have liked to said it when the other folks were most of the other folks were still here, but I want to comment on a few. There was probably 3. I did kind of a little quick survey. 3 folks that brought up voter rolls on this on the public comment. And I've got to agree. I mean, I ran my campaign on the fact that the county treasurer's office, I think, are pristine records. I think the county assessor's office has very good records. I mean, let's face it, if you owe the Washoe County some money, I guarantee the treasurer knows exactly where you are, can find you. It's very, very unlikely you're going to escape that. It's the same with the assessor. I mean, the assessor's been monitoring the property ownership here in the county for over 150 years. We know all the parcels, we know all the fences, we know all the swimming pools, we know all the hotels, we know everything, we think. You know, we're probably 98, 90, 99+% accurate. So my question to anybody is, why don't we have pristine voter rolls? And I think with the medical examiner, the assessor's rolls, the treasurer's rolls, the clerk's rolls, the recorder's office, and all the information, all the data they have, I think it'd be pretty easy to correlate all of these existing county functions and make sure, and then compare them to the voter rolls and just make sure they're right. One of the things that I've learned a long time ago, and I like to share it with whoever listens to me, is American folks, the people in America are very resilient. As long as they're being treated fairly, they don't have to win. They don't have to be right. But I'll tell you, as soon as somebody thinks something's being done to them, foisted upon them, or they're not being treated fairly, that's when you got a real problem. All you have to do is look up to Incline Village and see that what I'm saying is true. There's a lot of folks in this county that believe that the voter rolls are not clean or they're not accurate. All you have to do to diffuse that and to settle that down is to show them that they are. So I don't know. I don't have personal knowledge whether the rolls are clean or not, but I keep hearing people that are concerned that they are. So I think the rolls ought to be audited, and then then let the chips fall where they may, and share that information with the people that are disgruntled in the community. Prove to them, as we work for them, prove to them that our records are accurate. And when you do that, it diffuses a lot of the anger and animosity on the community. So I'm going to finish on that. I've got a couple of other things I want to talk about real quickly. I went on a tour of the CARES campus the other day. I was just shocked. I'd like to see an audit of all the money that's been used for the CARES campus and the homelessness, and find out exactly what's involved with what have we paid for that so far. I'm telling you, as a personally, and I know the jail's overcrowded, but if I had a choice between being in jail or being in the CARES campus, I'm picking the jail. Place was filthy. I'm not talking about the people there. I'm talking about the facilities, the floors, the walls. The only thing that I thought was even decent, and it's not quite open yet, is a new shower facility. But if you haven't been to the CARES campus and you get a chance to take a tour, you should. It's not pleasant. Cigarette butts are all over the place, pigeons flying around, crapping everywhere. It was horrible. I didn't like it. I'd rather be in jail, personally. And I've taken a tour of the jail, and it's much cleaner. I think when we run a facility where we've got large amounts of humanity crammed in a small area, we should have somebody who's got a skill set of running that type of facility, somebody with maybe military background, somebody who's been involved with housing people in a jail or prison, and not from the standpoint of holding them in his prison, but understanding how to keep a place clean and keep a place safe and keep a place functioning well. So I think that we need to look at how that facility going to be run and make it so it's not more depressing. These people are down on their luck. They've got a lot of hardships. The last thing they need to be doing is living in a dirty county facility. And I'm just on the record for that, and you need to hear it. Lastly, I got an employee email. And this isn't my words. I'm not going to mention their name, but I'm going to read it real quick. On Friday, we were made aware that the manager's office had sent on Friday, this is last Friday, not Monday, had sent all of their staff home at noon due to weather conditions. At no time did the manager's office inform any other departments that they were closed with people working from home. In the inclement weather policy, it states that we may allow employees who want to leave to do so, provided we maintain minimum staffing levels. Apparently not all the offices are aware that we can completely close our office and put up a sign informing the public that they can call us either at 311 or our main business line. My issues are, at the very least, the manager's office should have informed the other departments they were closing the office but could be reached by phone. Explain to the other departments the minimum staffing means we can close up shop and work from home. No payments to be taken at the front counter, and normally the manager will send out an email telling the department heads that they may do the same. After the Corn Ferry fiasco, it seems that once again the manager's office is sending a clear message as to who's the most valuable in our organization. This is an unsolicited email to me, and I'm going to share it with our legal department as well. But those are just concerns. Just the optics of somebody getting to jump the line or move ahead or get some type of favoritism. The rank and file folks that work at our county are not happy about this, and we're nothing without our employees. We got to make sure our employees are happy with the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
All right, so Commissioner, the first announcement is that there will be a business impact statement done to reassess our E911 charges. And I'm mentioning this today because the public notices to start the process will probably happen within the next week. This matter will be brought before the board in April for probably action in June. And at issue is the fact that our E911 surcharge, which is, I believe, 85 cents per phone line or mobile phone, or cell phone number, may need to go up to cover expenses going forward. That's what the impact study will do, is tell us or tell the commission whether or not that's justified or not. If it is to go up, it would go up somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 15 cents per line. So from 85 cents to $1, which is the maximum for the surcharge. For commercial trunk lines, I believe it's $10. So the announcement is just, you're going to see some information. There will be a public workshop on March 27th where the public can provide their input. Again, it's scheduled to come back before the commission on the 18th, and the board action will probably be the first meeting in the month of May 9th. Okay? So that's it for this morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, did you want to address any of Commissioner Clark's questions on agenda items, or are we waiting for those particular items?
No, let's go. Let's do it if this is a good time, Madam Chair.
If I don't know how we do that, but if it's kosher by the attorney, I think if we can address those questions.
Well, I don't know exactly what is contemplated right now, so it's hard to
Commissioner
say.
Clark asked asked questions for upcoming agenda items, both on consent and general agenda items. And I think, Commissioner Clark, if you had some of these questions answered, you wouldn't necessarily pull the item, or feel uncomfortable voting for them.
That's correct. I just like some answers to some of the questions that I ask. I guess a big one for me is contracts and how are we advertising those? Are we making sure that the county's getting a fair shot at best practices and best prices? It just seems like we've got a lot of contractors in town. People are looking for work, and we get one bid for this park. I'd like to just know more about that.
So, Commissioner, we have someone in chambers who can address that.
Yeah, and before we do, just to clarify, this is about items that are on the agenda
Yes.
that Commissioner Clark's had some specific questions on, yes?
That he brought up during his
Yes.
commissioner announcements.
Got it. You're okay to do this. It is appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
With 8C2, I think, was the item that the Commissioner referenced.
That's correct. Ellen's Park Playground.
Good morning. For the record, Dwayne Smith, Director of Engineering and Capital Projects. To help through the Vice Chair to the Commissioner, yes, we advertise bids following the NRS, specifically NRS 331355, which requires us to advertise in a local newspaper. We do go further than that, of course, because we are very interested in maximizing the number of bids that we receive. So we reach out to the Sierra's contractor resource. You may be familiar with this, and if you are, I apologize if I'm telling something that you already know, but through that, through the Sierra's contractor source, then it goes to all the bid rooms, to the plan rooms, and it's advertised further through there. In this particular case, we only received one bid. Unfortunately, the advertisement that we put out, us, coming out of my office, there was a mistake in that advertisement. And so that's the purpose of not moving forward with this single bid. So we want to make sure that we always stay in compliance with the NRS requirements. So when that problem was recognized, we went through the appropriate process to withdraw that bid. I would further say that we do see more and more bids as of late having only single contractors bid on those projects to help alleviate those issues, because we want the most bidders possible. We want the most competition possible. We want the lowest price possible following the NRS. So what we've been doing is we've been extending bid periods. So we've been going 3 weeks, 4 weeks, or even longer on projects. We have been trying to combine projects when they're of the same type. So if there's a roofing project, for instance, and there's another one that's been approved in the capital program, we'll try to combine those into one project. Why? So that we can maximize the dollar amount, because we've seen that the larger the bids, the more interest that we get in those bids. So that's another thing that we've been trying to do. And certainly we also do pre-bid meetings. We reach out to our contractor partners. We want to make sure that they're aware of the projects, and we're there, quite honestly, to help answer questions that might come up through the pre-bid process. We capture those comments, and then we release those as addendums so that all of the contractors know what those questions that came up through the pre-bid process. So I do share your concerns with maximizing the number of bids that we have. And certainly I think we're doing the best that we can. This particular one was a little bit different, but I certainly agree with you that we do need to do everything that we can, and we continue to do that to maximize the number of bids on public works projects.
Sure. So follow-up comment. Can we go back to people that have, contractors that have done work for the county in the past, and not only advertise in a local newspaper? Advertising in a local newspaper is kind of a lost art. I mean, the newspaper ads have diminished down to about nothing. So a lot of people don't even consider looking at a newspaper anymore. The readership is down on newspapers. So in the future, we need to look at cast a larger net. out there. But if you could go back to people who've successfully done work for the county in the past and notify them as well. An email doesn't cost that much to send out a mass email to people or companies that have worked with the county in the past and share with them what's available to bid on. I think might maybe yield some more opportunities for you.
And if I can, just quickly through the vice chair, I appreciate that as well. And what we also do is with the capital program, when the board approves, the board approve the capital program for that next year, we do also reach out and try to share, here's what's coming up. We attend the Associated General Contractors meetings where we talk about the projects that are coming up over the next year. So I'm with you, and I certainly hope that we can get more and more bids as we move forward and continue our efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark, do you want the manager to go through your questions or?
Sure. Yes,
okay.
Please. So let's move on to 8D1. I believe that one has to do with, you asked about file retention policy of the county. And here is our former internal auditor, Samantha, to answer your questions.
Hi, for the record, Samantha Turner. I was the previous internal auditor, and I'm the one that completed this audit of the Public Administrator's Office. The recommendation in this audit was to follow the record retention policy on some of their case files. While I was there, I observed case files that went back over a decade, and that causes us to not only have to have more storage for those documents that we don't need, it also puts us at risk if any of those were to fall into the wrong hands, or if they are requested and we have them, we do have to provide them. And so I did give the Public Administrator's Office the record retention policy, and it's an exhibit in the report. And the longest that we should be keeping some of these cases is 7 years after the case closes.
Is that by NRS statutes, or is that the county's policy?
That's NRS statutes.
Okay.
I provided it. It has all of the legal citations in the exhibit in the summary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
No?
Thank you.
No.
Okay, thank you, Samantha.
Thank you.
Okay, so then let's move on to
8E1.
E1. And this one was the fill the vacancy on the Parks and Open Space Commission. And for this one, I believe Commission support actually worked with Commissioner Garcia to identify the path forward.
And Mr. Manager, am I correct in saying that many of these boards, the board will come to the Board of County Commissioners with a recommendation, but some of the boards will ask the county commission,
that's correct,
the member who sits on that board, for their recommendation. And so Commissioner Garcia interviewed all of those folks and made a decision for her board.
Just to clarify, I didn't interview all the folks, but I reviewed all of the applicants. And yes, as the liaison to the Washoe County Open Space and Regional Parks Commission, I reviewed all of the applicants. I saw one that rose to the top. I followed through with a phone call to this individual, spent some time on the phone getting to know them, and I'm happy to discuss that. The things that I thought stood out to me as him being the best candidate.
So I guess my concern is I'm on several boards as well, and I wasn't offered the opportunity to unilaterally appoint who I wanted to those boards. So I'm trying to navigate this as sometimes we all vote on something, other times the commissioner who's on the board gets to unilaterally choose. Is that how does that play out?
Regional, or not regional, but each one of those boards that we have liaison seats for have different bylaws and rules. So senior board, I think, is what you may be thinking about. They make the recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. Parks and Open Space, the liaison makes the recommendation. So I want to respect Commissioner Garcia's recommendation since we have chosen her to be our liaison for that board. we as a board decided to bring back the senior board applicants at a future date for a board meeting.
Okay, just trying to
Sure.
navigate how
Sure.
this works, and which one of these committees I'm on that I get a unilaterally pick.
I'm sure staff can kind of help you navigate that.
Yeah, I'd like to know
So,
that.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, we are planning to bring Alex Wilson before the commission to review which of the boards have bylaws where the board itself appoints. Which of the boards does this commission make the selections? So we'll bring that forward to help clarify, Mr. Clark, Commissioner Clark, where the differences are. But if you ever have any questions, Alex Wilson keeps on top of all this. She knows the bylaws of all the boards and committees, and she can help with that.
Yeah, I'd like to see a matrix of that, of which boards
We'll bring that
operate
forward.
that. Thank you.
Okay, so item 12, I think, was next. You want to wait until we address that, Madam Chair? Or
It sounds like we probably should wait for that item.
Okay, and then item 6, which had a question, which I think Mr. Kaplan can address
When we get there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Any other county?
8C1 was the other one that was at issue in terms of whether it will be tabled or...
8C1, Commissioner Clark, you had questions about the build-out of that project?
Yes, that was 8C1. That was the Lemon Valley Land Company. That goes back to when Jim Galloway was the chair of this commission back to 1998 or 1999. I know I had a meeting with Manager Brown about this, and it was kind of, the question was, it simply bookkeeping, and out of the 2,112 residential units were any built. I saw I heard a comment from one of the public commenters about that particular project. So I wanted more information. Thank you.
Through Madam Vice Chair, Trevor Lloyd with Planning and Building. Very few have been constructed. In fact, none in Washoe County. Fewer than 100 total, and of those, all were constructed in the city following annexation.
Okay.
Okay.
So let's move on to,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Herman?
No,
Did
it's
you have
okay.
something?
It's okay.
We're still on Commissioner and County Manager announcements. I do not want to stop anyone who wants to say something. Commissioner Herman?
Oh, if we were talking about 8C1 still with.
You're asking to pull it?
Yeah.
Yes. So when we get there, let's,
Yeah,
yes.
that's why I said that.
Okay, absolutely. Okay, let us move to item 5. And Mr. Manager, will you please talk us through that?
Item 5 is a presentation by Amber Howell, Washoe County Human Services Director, of the Opioid Use Community Needs Assessment conducted to identify trends, gaps, and needs pertaining to opioid use in Washoe County. The presentation will provide detailed information and recommendations for future discussion on intervention approaches related to the harms of opioid use in our community. The assessment is a funding requirement of SB 390, which was done in 2021, related to the opioid litigation funding. And with us today is we have Ms. Howell and Ms. Lee.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Amber Howell. I'm the Director of the Washoe County Human Services Agency, and this is my backup singer, Lisa Lee, who has a lot of letters after her name, but was really the brains behind this operation. I want to just take a moment to thank her for leading this effort and for doing such a good job. It was a huge undertaking, and I appreciate the Commission trusting HSA to complete this for Washoe County. Some of this information is very difficult to absorb and contemplate, but I think we have some good direction from the assessment, and we've learned a lot about where our priorities need to be, so I'll go ahead and get started, and you can stop me at any time. So the opioid litigation funding has been allocated throughout Nevada, and it's based on population size. So the funding is based on settlement amounts. And in order to utilize the funding, there had to be a needs assessment that was done by each county to drive how the allocations would be spent based on the findings and the recommendations of the assessment. So the assessment needed to look at trends, gaps, needs pertaining to opioid use in our county, and then a development of an action plan. This really came out of, in 2021, the legislature passed SB 390, and there were 5 principles that guided that. Spend money to save lives, use evidence to guide spending, invest in youth prevention, focus on racial equity, and conduct a fair and transparent process where we communicate with the community on how we are spending those funds. This legislation was enacted in response to the 107,000 people nationally that have died through poisoning or overdose. SB 390 suggested the use of a community-based participatory research methodology. This is used by a lot of governmental agencies to inspire participation and collaboration with community stakeholders. This list, I won't go through them all, just so you can see there was a lot of people that participated across the county on this effort. This was a county assessment. It wasn't an HSA or Lisa Lee assessment. The community really put this together. There were 30 agencies that participated from start to finish. You can see 11 of them were county agencies, in addition to local partners, hospitals, state agencies, the university, and the MCOs. This slide shows the top 5 zip codes for EMS incidences for non-fatal overdoses. As you can see, the 89502 is the highest response zip code. Also worth noting for child welfare, these are the top 3 zip codes for child welfare as well. So that was an interesting discovery. This data came from the medical examiner's office and shows drug-related deaths. Opioid and methamphetamine have still remained the highest. Methamphetamine has actually been the highest in our county up until 2021, and that's when the opioids took lead over the highest deaths. Most deaths, however, involve multiple substances, so there's duplicate numbers in here if somebody had heroin in their system and fentanyl. This displays just the characteristics of the deaths in Washoe County. Won't go through those, but just worth noting that 80% of them occurred in a home setting, and over half of them had a bystander present, and only 1/3 had naloxone administered. Slide 10 is the ages of opioid-related deaths. Just looking at the last 3 years, the highest death by age was at 55 to 64 for 2019 and 20, but in 21, the highest death age range was 35 to 44, and then 25 to 34. There we go. I was on the wrong slide, sorry. And we've seen a significant increase in those ages when looking at the 5-year span. So you can see the increases in the 25 to 44-year-old and how much that has spiked. Slide 12 shows children or substance-exposed infants that were referred to Child Protective Services. So you can see there's been a dramatic increase since 2011 of children born substance exposed. It's a 154% increase, and a slight drop in 2021, but still a 110% increase. This is a significant caseload for child welfare with all of these children coming into care. This is the percent of children under the age of 1 that were removed from their home due to parental substance use. So had already been born up until a year old. You can see how many removals we've had in that category, and that is a 58% increase from back in 2012. So we are growing in those areas for substance-exposed infants and 1-year-olds. The next slide, it just shows the total number of children from 1 to 17 that were removed due to parental custody drug use, trending at a 51% increase since 2012. So also another area where we're much higher than the state average. And important to note that over 50% of children that are removed in Washoe County are 5 and under. So the strengths that were found in the assessment is that changes in the justice system to be more understanding of recovery than punitive, the medical assisted treatment practice exit from jail into outpatient with no disruption. Law enforcement is more engaged in substance use disorders. Suboxone and methadone have been successful as well. The distribution of Narcan and fentanyl strips is effective and working, and you heard earlier today in a public comment that there is a shortage of Narcan coming to Washoe County. There's been improvements in health insurance and state and federal funds, and the increase in telehealth and prevention services for youth is increasing. Gaps that were found in the assessment is lack of specialized programs to address adverse childhood experiences. This is screenings that are done on on children that are very young to see what their outcomes will be later on in life, whether they will, be more apt to be involved in the criminal justice system or teen pregnancy, and so those scores are used a lot, especially in child welfare. There is a lack of parental substance use training within child welfare. And one thing that HSA has started is something called the START program. So it's piloting a sobriety treatment and recovery program for very young guys. The lack of accurate treatment data and real-time data amongst programs to alert the community is something that is missing, kind of like we have in HMIS. There's no system to do this type of collaboration with other treatment providers. Some of the trends that were found is fentanyl, of course, as we've seen, is on the rise. Polysubstance use, so more than one substance. Opioid pain medication misuse has decreased among high schoolers, had a slight increase from 17 to 19, but overall is decreasing. The Department of Alternative Sentencing, the tests are showing opioid positivity has remained stable, but heroin and fentanyl has increased, and the courts are very accepting of the MAP program, which is a great step for people in need of treatment. Prenatal substance abuse, like we mentioned before, has increased, and increase in removal of children due to those neglect characteristics, and increase in fatal drug poisoning with meth, opioid, and fentanyl has increased. Some of the current services and resources, detox centers don't meet all the needs of patients, especially MAP patients. Our only detox center closed this month, leaving no detox beds for those in need of detox. Other findings were poor quality of treatment, high workforce turnover, inability to get quick access to MAT, or to find a center that believes in that type of treatment, lack of services that adequately address trauma. This is a huge one in our area, not an understanding of trauma in service providers. And then stigma of persons who use substances. The feedback and solutions we receive from providers is their recommendations were law enforcement diversion programs are effective and we need more of them, trauma-informed treatment, a center with a broad array of services so people don't have to step down in treatment levels and leave to another program. Post-overdose follow-up, if there was a non-fatal overdose, having a program to follow up with them, have they been connected to treatment? Is there any support or resources we could provide? Safe consumption drop-in centers was a recommendation. Service providers to hire people with lived experience can be really powerful, and like peer-to-peer support services like we have at Crossroads and Our Place. The final phase of this assessment was a survey. There was an online survey that was conducted by stakeholders, in-person events, and it was live for about 30 days. There were 336 people that participated. Ages of respondents were 18 to 80, and the mean age was 44. Demographic information was received, and they were asked about their personal experience, perceptions, existing initiatives that they're aware of that are going on in the county, the source of their information, and strengths, gaps, barriers, and challenges. You can see the demographics of survey response. The top composition was a family member, a person who has a family member with a substance use disorder, nonprofit providers, people without shelter, people in recovery, current users, child welfare, law enforcement, education. So very similar to the composition of the assessment team. This is the respondents, so this is based on the survey results of the perception of fentanyl in Washoe County. And the feedback you can see is 64% of the feedback rated that there was a high level of concern. And then for the other substances, the top concerns were meth, fentanyl, and alcohol. This was a question asked, do you know in the county of opioid-related initiatives that are underway? And we compiled the top 5 that people responded to was lack of resources, lack of treatment services, low barrier or affordable housing, insurance, and lack of recovery support services. So in summary, this overall assessment is 102 pages. The first version of the PowerPoint was 93 slides. So it's really hard to condense this information. We have a wealth of knowledge at our fingertips on how we can focus some of these efforts. So the top 5 priorities that we compiled when we asked individuals what we could use them for. So we asked people who used opiates, people in recovery, service providers, education, or a family member, and they all basically had similar themes: a low barrier treatment, walk-in sites, MAT, and then trauma-informed care, prevention in schools, intervening and engaging with children very young to educate them, harm reduction services, and then a few additional comments talked about the need for naloxone distribution. And people who use or family members were the only ones that identified prevention in schools. No other group identified that, so that was kind of interesting. So what you have in front of you today, we did provide the overall assessment for you so you could comb through all of the data and the narrative on that. But the recommendations from the assessment were to ensure funding for opioid use disorders for insured and underinsured, incentivize providers to initiate buprenorphine in ER and long-term visits in the hospital, care navigators in the hospital to coordinate, sort of like we have social workers in the jails or the courts, that you would have care navigators in the hospital to help them get into some type of treatment following their discharge, so that there's a warm handoff and they don't get lost in the system. 3 is the use of multidisciplinary approach by providing overdose prevention, outreach, and education. 4 is to implement child welfare best practices to work with families. Not a lot of background in substance abuse at child welfare, more social work model. Some people have that background, but it's becoming such a big piece of what we do. Having experts in that field would really help. And then increased detox beds and short-term rehab. So what we have so far is we have received the first allocation from Johnson & Johnson. It's $1.8 million. On page 57 of your assessment report, you can see the breakdown of the years up till 2038 of how much funding Washoe County will get. It ranges anywhere from $400,000 to $665,000, but again, goes to 2038. And so you can kind of see what the breakdown is, but that's only one settlement that has been reached. So the total allocation that Washoe County has right now is 1.8 million. And I would be happy to answer any questions. I know it was a lot of information, but hopefully I gave you some good recommendations to contemplate.
Wow, incredible work, Ms. Howell and Ms. Lee. Thank you so much for your commitment to reaching out to the community and making sure that we are listening to them on what we should do with the settlement money and how we can heal them and support their families. I will go to the board. So I don't see any sign-ins with the board. Oh, yes, Commissioner Garcia.
I was still processing. That overview, the surveys, the 30 agencies involved, such a comprehensive look at such a ever-evolving situation. And no matter where you go, zip code, anywhere in the country, this substance use disorder issue is popping up as a huge priority. So I commend you on being able to take all that information and distill it into this presentation for us today. This is very alarming. I mean, the top 5 zip codes, I just looked at that, and 40% are in District 3. You know, this is it. I know this because I've experienced, this through the system, and I know about, substance-exposed infants and the removals under the age of 1 and how half of them are removed under the age of 5. I know all this, but to see it all wrapped up into one presentation is very overwhelming. And I think the good news is, I mean, the slide where it was like the lack of, I can't remember what slide it was, in each column, the lack of, I think what you did in the recommendations is really address that. We're addressing the lack of. And we have this opportunity to allocate these funds into a really strategic manner, and I'm very supportive of the 5 recommendations you have, and I commend the amount of work and the comprehensive nature of this assessment.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other board members piping in, so I will ask a few of my questions. Did y'all want to address Commissioner Garcia?
Lisa Lee, for the record, thank you so much, Commissioner. I did want to just state that what we're looking for today is direction on the 5 recommendations. And the next part, according to Section 9.8 in Senate Bill 390 from the 81st session, is that we come together and create a county plan on opioid remediation and abatement. So this direction will inform that the next step. Thank you.
So on your multidisciplinary approach, which I'm very excited about, and I know that takes a lot of work to get everyone to work together, are we looking at that law enforcement diversion program as part of that approach?
Lisa Lee, for the record. Vice Chair Hill, I actually have a great update because I just got the Lima contacts and gave them to Deputy Chief Solferino.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and so we're in communication about that, and he's planning a trip for Washoe County Sheriff's Office to go down and take a tour and learn more about the Lima program at Las Vegas Metro Police Department, and that is a lead program, so law enforcement assisted diversion. It was started up in Seattle over 20 years ago. So yes.
That's great news, and we can use some funding to support those programs as they kick off if we choose to go through that route.
Amber Howell, for the record, yes, we can use some of our funding. We also understand that the state might have assisted Clark County with some of their funding, so we're going to go ahead and make an ask that we get the same.
Wow. Okay. Well, that is very exciting too, because I think ensuring people get treatment instead of going to the jail, especially if we can get these treatment centers up and going and the county can make that investment and work with Bristlecone and see what their future treatment facility will be really important, because then we can get people the help they need. Ms. Lee, you were going to say something?
Sorry, Lisa Lee
Go
for the
ahead.
record. I actually have a question. So if we're asking for recommendations, that the top 5 recommendations that were recommended by community members through a very rigorous process. I mean, there was like this huge Pew matrix that I created, and people scored those it was pretty intense. So through this very rigorous methodology, we have these 5 recommendations. From what I understand, that's how we would allocate our funds. The needs assessment, according to Senate Bill 390, is so that we can request funds from the state's allocation.
Okay.
So again, looking at those priority areas, and then again, it can only be spent on certain priority areas per that bill.
Okay.
So we can't go off the rails, but law enforcement is in that, and then there's Bureau of Justice funding as well. So I'm working with the Sheriff's Office to take advantage of some of the funding sources for law enforcement.
Okay, so the top recommended fundings will go towards our pot of money, and then we will continue to seek out all of these other really important programs through the state and Department of Justice.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you for further explaining that. I will see if I have any other board questions. I am seeing none. I'm in support of the 5 recommendations. Do we need a formal motion on that?
No, you do not. And you've made comments, up here as the board. They've heard your comments. I think that is what my recommendation would be about how to leave this. I would open it for public comment.
Yes.
Before you close the item, but I would leave it at your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards, and thank you very much for the great presentation and work. Very exciting. I think we're building community trust with this program as well, so there's going to be a lot of important connections that Washoe County has made now by doing that work. So thank you. That will blossom into future relationships. I see we do have public comment. Madam Clerk.
Janet Butcher is up to speak. Sorry. Janet Butcher, for the record, please enter my comments into the public record. That was really great. Statistics are wonderful. I do want to say that there's more than just, I'm just going to sit this up here for a second, that there is not only short-term, but long-term is a necessity. I spoke earlier about a personal situation with a grandchild being groomed and 18 years of psychiatric help, who they have fallen into the opioid situation to mask their pain. And to further expand on the experiences, go in for detox, 5 days detox. They're sent out on the street, given a piece of paper that says, okay, here are places that you can call to maybe go to. And as they call and try to get into those places, they are informed that they have to have 30 days sobriety. But now they're back out on the streets. So they're just thrown right back into the whole situation. Even short term, I don't know what the classification of short term is. There's a program in San Francisco called Delancey Street. And they do a whole, like, a 24-month commitment. Unfortunately, though, Delancey does not take anybody that has to be on psychological meds. So I'm hoping that we can address that also at the same time, that we need to do something for long-term, just not short-term, for any of, and Narcan, that's wonderful. It's a Band-Aid. When are we going to get to the source of the problem? When are we going to cut off the head of the snake? And as a community, demand that we close our borders so that we don't have this stuff coming across the border. Thank you.
Any other public comment?
There's nobody else signed in.
Okay. With that, we'll go to item 6, Mr. Manager.
Item 6 is a presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve a proposed settlement agreement between Washoe County and the Washoe County School District, the terms of which will result in dismissal by Washoe County School District of the appeal of the district court's decision in Washoe County School District versus Washoe County in case number CV 21-00683 in the Second Judicial District Court in Washoe County, Nevada, Supreme Court case number 83592. If approved, this settlement will additionally result in a compromise of Washoe County's withholdings of any of the portion of property tax distributions to the Washoe County School District's debt service fund, the approximate amount of $2.5 million, but not to exceed $2,992,000. Also, if approved, direct the Washoe County Treasurer to create, as of the effective date of the agreement, the withholdings from the Washoe County School District's debt service fund, and authorize the chair to execute the proposed settlement agreement.
Thank you. And before you begin, Mr. Kaplan, I think we do have a disclosure.
For the record, Maria Luz Garcia, I have a disclosure that I'd like to make concerning this item. I'm an employee of the Washoe County School District, and my position does not involve any of the top-level budget-making authority, oversight, direction, creation, or expenditures for the school district, nor do I have any commitments one way or another to the school district concerning this matter. These interests will not affect my judgment concerning this matter. Furthermore, after consultation with legal counsel, I've concluded that the presumption in state law, NRS 281A.420, and related provisions favoring participation by elected officials in decision-making on matters within the realm of their offices is not outweighed by the general interests of my school district job. Rather, the benefit or detriment to myself, regardless of which way I vote on this matter, is no greater or lesser than any other person. Abundance of caution to make this disclosure, but to not recuse myself from participating in the consideration of this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are ready for your presentation, Mr. Kaplan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Herbert Kaplan, Deputy District Attorney. And let me just start out by responding to Commissioner Clark's question. Why now is really a matter of procedure more than anything else. As the commissioners are aware, this case was appealed to the Nevada Supreme Court, where we have a pending case. The case was fully briefed. I believe the briefing ended in either June or July of last year, and was actually set for oral argument in early December. In the meantime, we continued discussions on settlement, and were able to, at that point, come to at least a basis for an agreement. And I understand two of the commissioners were not involved in those discussions, but that's how that played out. We continued the oral argument with the Supreme Court's blessing for a period of 60 days. And that was done in late November, approximately a week or two before the oral argument was scheduled. So on January 22nd, the 60 days expired. We did ask for an additional 60 days, which expires on March 22nd, for us to either resolve the case or reset the case for oral argument. And the Supreme Court has been pretty clear with us that no additional extensions would be favored. Not to say that they wouldn't be granted, but they really are looking to get their caseload moving along, and this case is one of those that needs to be resolved. Between the original discussions and now, there were additional discussions and review of the settlement agreement that's before the board today that ended with the version of the settlement agreement that we're asking the board to resolve. At this time, and I understand your question. Your question is, we don't know what the bottom line is because there's still time for claims to be submitted and paid. At this point, and let me talk in terms of dollars because there are claims and there are dollars. So in terms of dollars, the total dollar amount of potential dollar amount of the refunds in that case was approximately $56 million. At this point, closing in on a year into the claim refund process, we've refunded close to $40 million. It's a little bit less. It's about 67 to 70% of the dollar amount has been refunded. We can only guess as to what's going to happen. Like I said, the claim period extends for about another year. So there could be a bunch of claims that come in at the tail end. We're not anticipating that, but we're prepared for that to happen. In the meantime, what I can offer to you today and to the board as a whole are numbers based on the percentage of the total dollar amount that we are going to have to pay out and in turn withhold from the tax units. We're anticipating anywhere between 75 to 90% dollars being paid out. And just for argument's sake, I'll give you the figures on 80% of the dollar figures. So again, this is limited only to the debt service fund of the school district. All of the other entities are paying 100%. They didn't challenge our authority to authorize withholdings. The school district is willing to allow us to collect 100% of whatever, or withhold 100% of 2/3 of their funds, which go through a different avenue. The debt service fund distributions go directly to the school district. The total amount, if 100% of the funds are paid out, is $6.8 million. So what the agreement provides for is a split of that small chunk of the $56 million. And what the agreement provides is that the school district will be responsible for 56% of whatever's paid and the withholding amount, and that the county would then be responsible for the additional 44%. If 80% of the dollars are paid out, that's $5,440,000. The school district would then be responsible for $3,046,000 of that, and the county would be responsible for $2,393,000 of those funds. If it's 90% payout, which I think that might be a conservative, I mean, there's no way there's going to be a 90% payout at this point. Nobody's anticipating that, but it's possible. If that's the case, then out of that 6.8 million, $6,120,000 would be withheld. The school district would then be responsible for $3,427,000 of that, and Washoe County would be responsible for the remaining $2,692,000. Again, the assuming 100% payout, the very most that we would be responsible for would be $2,992,000. So in terms of weighting, the reason why now, in any litigation, there's risk. In this litigation, the risk involved is that the county could potentially be responsible for all 56 million or 100% of whatever payout there is. This compromise is to allow certainty and finality and some element of risk aversion to finalize this. If we didn't bring this to the board today, the likelihood of the Supreme Court allowing us to continue the case further is very slim. It would be set for oral argument, at which point the court's going to decide, and someone's going to win and someone's going to lose. Or maybe there's going to be a split. But that's why we're bringing it today.
Commissioner Clark.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Mr. Kaplan, how many years have you been working on this particular project? Just to enlighten the rest of the dais here.
Directly, 10 years.
10 years, but this started with an Incline Village situation, well, at least 16 years ago, right?
20 years ago.
20 years ago, okay. So 20 years. So when I asked why the rush to get this part settled, that was part of my question is this thing has languished and drawn out and taken forever, and now that seems to be going with like greased lightning compared to, in proportion to how long it's really been on the table. So that was one of the reasons why I asked. And your answer is very good, and I understand exactly why, because we won't be having another meeting for probably another month, and the Supreme Court is anxiously awaiting an answer. So yeah, I get it. And so the worst case scenario for us would be that $2.9 million. Is that correct? And change, whatever it is there.
Right, we would be responsible. Worst case, 100% money paid out at 2.99 million, close to 3 million.
Okay, so final question. Is this going to be the end of this?
This should be the end of it.
Should we have a party? I mean, 20 years in the making to get to an end.
I'm willing to have a party if the commission would like a party. Yeah, this case has been around a long time. It predates my employment with the DA's office. It started in 2003.
And you and I worked on it for 8 years, right?
We worked on it together. I was somewhat peripherally involved when I sat with the Board of Equalization, the County Board of Equalization for a few years. That case in particular took a long time. It went up to the Supreme Court and back several times, finally getting resolved in August of 2020, where the board agreed to settle the case based on this claim-based process to issue the refunds.
Sure. So when you mentioned the Board of Equalization, that's where Mr. Kaplan and I first met probably 13, 14 years ago, and I've considered him a friend ever since. So thanks for your help on this and your hard work, and thanks for bringing, it looks like a resolution is in sight. Thank you.
And thank you as well. And I'll entertain any other questions.
Thank you. And thank you to you, Commissioner Clark, because I know you have been working on this for a large part of your career. And so thank you for coming to some resolutions a few years ago to try to make this go away as well. So I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
I am so excited that this is before us, and you have done an incredible job negotiating this. And I know that this was like, I was telling Commissioner Garcia, I think this is like the third vote that I had as a commissioner. And I really wanted to see how we could resolve the conflict with the school district, and I think this is a great solution. And hopefully they will approve it if this board chooses to approve it at their next meeting, and we can move on and also continue to work together as a region, because I hate to see government entities wasting taxpayer money kind of going at it. So this is very exciting for me. I wanted to see if there's any other board members who have questions or comments?
Just for the record, the school board is hearing this today.
Oh, wonderful, at their meeting. So it's a concurrent. That's very exciting. Okay. Commissioner Herman, did you have something?
I just want to thank you, sir, for your patience with us as a board and the time it took to get this processed. You've done a magnificent job. Thank you.
Thank you. It was truly a team effort, and I appreciate the commissioners' cooperation as well.
Absolutely, and we want to see that we can ensure that the school district feels good and that they also can support our students for the future. And we want to also do the right thing for the taxpayers of Washoe County. So who would like to make the motion? Commissioner Clark.
I make a motion that we accept the settlement agreement with Washoe County School District and approve this resolution.
Second by Commissioner Herman. Okay. All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
And aye.
Before you take that,
Yes.
is there public comment on it?
Sorry, apologize.
There is none.
Okay, thank you. I got too excited. Anyone opposed, please state nay. All right, this looks like carries unanimously with the Board of County Commissioners. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next up, we have donations. Commissioner Garcia, I hate to put you on the spot. Do you mind reading this donation since you are on our Regional Parks and Open Space Board?
I'd be happy to. This is a recommendation to accept donations of $1,435.24 from various businesses, organizations, and individuals in-kind donations, estimated value at $200, from Ray and Barbara Fretz for regional parks and open space programs and facilities, and direct the Comptroller's Office to make the appropriate budget amendments.
Great. Is that in the form of a motion?
It is.
Okay, may I have a second? Commissioner Herman, thank you. Is there any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
There is none.
Okay. All those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, that carries unanimously. All right, we are now on consent. Commissioner Herman, do you want to do the motion excluding the item or tabling the item that you are requesting?
8C1. I'm sorry. Yeah, 8C.
Okay. I move that we accept, we approve the consent items, leaving 8C1 off.
Great. Thank you for that motion. May I have a second?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
Okay. And Commissioner Clark, I have you signed in on consent. Do you have any other comments?
No.
No? Okay. With that motion and a second, all those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Anyone opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, that is unanimous. We are now done with our consent items. And I'm hoping we can try for a block vote. However, I think we're going to leave off item 12.
That wasn't in the block.
Oh, okay. Do I have a block vote, Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, I'd be happy to block items 9, 10, 11, and 13.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. May I have a second?
Oh, on 13, I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
On item 13, are we happy with the way NavCare's supplying to the sheriff's office? Have we had any reports from the sheriff's department? Because when I was up at the jail visiting the day that we went up there, this inmate was having a problem with getting a mineral supplement. So I'm just questioning whether they can handle doing all the rest of this. I mean, how responsible are they?
That's a good question. It looks like we have Ms. Thomas at the dais.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Kate Thomas. This request for proposal solicitation was for a different service than the NavCare provides currently at the jail with the medical contract. This is NavCare's universal contract to include doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists to provide mental competency evaluations that are requested by the court and the public defender, alternate public defender, and the conflict counsel. So it's not the medical provision that you see at the jail. However, it is the same company, but they're utilizing their national network of doctors to provide these competency evaluations, and they were the only bidder for us. Given that the Lakes Crossing contract, which was provided by the state of Nevada for years and years, they ceased to provide this service anymore. They couldn't find doctors or pay them adequately. So this is a completely different, same organization, different service provision, if that helps.
And to Commissioner Herman's question, my understanding when we did chat with the staff at the jail that there may be, NavCare the reason there was a delay is because they go through a national organization for medications, and there was a snowstorm and it comes from back east, but there may be an opportunity where we can go out, or NavCare can go outside of their contracted medical prescription and provider to go in locally and grab things. But I don't know if we were told that was being looked at. I don't know if you know anything about that.
I don't, but we can certainly look into it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you get the benefits of a global organization like that with something like this, but sometimes, because they need to use services out of the area, it can hamper us. But we're hoping that doesn't provide any issues for us as far as the competency evaluations go. So, but we'll look into that for sure.
Thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Herman?
No, I just wanted to give them the best service they can get, so I'm just questioning that for
That's
that reason.
fair. I hear you. On the items that Commissioner Garcia has blocked, do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Manager.
Item 9 is community service. Read them.
Yes, please, read them.
Into the record, communities. Yes. Item 9 is community services recommends to award a bid and approve the agreement to the lowest responsible bidder for the Reno Downtown Library Elevator Modernization Project. Staff recommends Cone Inc. in the amount of $354,890 and approve a separate contingent budget of $25,000 for a total estimated project budget of $379,890 as outlined in the staff report. Item 10 is the Community Services recommends to accept Amendment Number 1 to the Nevada Division of State Lands Fund to Protect Lake Tahoe Project Funding Agreement for the Lower Wood Creek Phase 2 Water Quality Improvement Project, which increases the award amount by $478,743, reduces the Washoe County cost share by $48,753 as outlined in the staff report. Community service, item 11 is community services recommends to number 1, approve a grant of easement between Washoe County and Nevada Energy in a portion of East 4th Street, Reno. And number 2, approve a grant of easement between Washoe County and Nevada Energy on a portion of 1498 East 7th Street, Reno, and on Clerical Street, Reno, to provide a perpetual right and easement of removal, construction, operation, and maintenance of electrical and communications facilities in support of the county's Safe Camp and Nevada Cares campus as outlined in the staff report. Item 13 is the manager's office recommends to award request for proposal to NAVCare to provide competency evaluations, mental health evaluations, risk assessments, and other evaluations for the 2nd Judicial District Court, the Public Defender's Office, the Alternate Public Defender's Office, conflict attorneys, and the District Attorney upon court order as outlined in the staff report.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Herman, was that a second by any chance?
Sure.
Okay, great, thank you. With a motion and a second, and we have no public comment, all those in favor of the block vote, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Hearing none, and I think that that was unanimous. All right, thank you very much. We will now go to item 12. Mr. Manager.
Item 12 is a recommendation to acknowledge an updated list of unclassified management, employment, and approve the process for the recruitment, appointment, evaluation, investigation, and discipline of non-elected, unclassified management employee with the changes requested by the board to include but not limited to notifying unclassified management group of at-will employment status, having that a member of the Board of Commissioners sit on the second interview of a candidate for a position appointed by the board, requiring positions appointed by the board to provide an annual report to the board in an open meeting, requiring as part of the evaluation process input from department employees, notifying the chair and vice chair of complaints made against department heads appointed by the board. And we have Ms. Hurley in chambers this afternoon, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Patricia Hurley, Human Resources. I was in front of you about 2 weeks ago to get direction and for you guys to provide some feedback. I know Commissioner Clark asked a question, and if you'll just bear with me, I'll get to answering your question, and you guys can make a decision on what you'd like to do with that one item. So as already stated by the county manager, there are several changes that you guys recommended at that time. The first I'd like you guys to do is acknowledge the list of the unclassified management employees. So what you have in front of you is those positions appointed by the BCC, positions appointed by the county managers, and of course those positions that are appointed by others. It also provides Washoe County Code and NRS references where applicable. Based on feedback we received last time as well, we would be making some changes to the recruitment process. HR will include notification that the person is at will and serves at the pleasure of the BCC. Further, a member of the board will sit on the second interview for any of the candidates for which the board appoints. The third will be an update to the performance evaluation process. As part of the evaluation process, the supervisor that supervises any of those positions appointed by you will now have to make sure that they solicit input from department employees. Some unclassified positions, such as the public defender and alternate public defender, are also required to provide your reports. I know in the past that has been done by email. What I would recommend as well is that for all positions appointed by the board, they are required to provide an annual report about the department to the board in an open meeting. Last but not least will be when it gets to complaints against department heads. Last time it was asked whether the vice chair could be notified as well. Commissioner Clark has asked, why can't the whole board be notified? And you can have it that the whole board be notified. However, I do want to caution you when you do that. remember, when we receive complaints, they're not investigated yet. So what we try to do as part of the investigative process is to maintain confidentiality. So we limit the amount of individuals that know when a complaint is filed as the investigation is done, and that's on a need-to-know basis. So if we add the chair and the vice chair, that includes the county manager and, of course, the HR director. So already confidentiality could become an issue. However, I believe that we can maintain that with at least with the chair and vice chair. As we move on, though, another consideration, too, could be that of retaliation. Because keep in mind, during an investigative process, anybody that participates in an investigation, including the one accused, can cite retaliation as a claim, even if the investigation proves that there was no wrongdoing by that individual. If that happens, the commissioner could be subject through NERC, personally liable for that, and be asked to be removed from their seats. So again, I am here if the commission would like to be informed once a complaint is filed before an investigation is done. However, because of those two reasons, the best practice would be to limit it to just those two individuals, and of course, the county manager and human resources.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
And I really appreciate all the changes you made, and you and Ms. Canderas worked rapid speed, and I just appreciate you both for listening to the board. I will go to Commissioner Clark so he can discuss his thoughts.
Yes, I've got, thank you for recognizing me. I've got two issues with this. It's item number 2. And having a member of a member of the Board of County Commissioners sit on the second interview, who selects who that commissioner is?
This is how I'd see the process happen: is we'd go to the chair, we'd ask the chair who he'd like, and then maybe he would solicit the board to see who would like to sit on that position.
Okay. And number 5, notifying the chair or the vice chair about complaints. You know, I'd be willing to sign some kind of a disclosure or non-disclosure or something, but I think it's paramount that all the membership know all the issues taking place in the county. We represent each of our districts. We need to know what's taking place. Having 1 or 2 commissioners know about something is just unacceptable. I've been here a short period of time, and believe me, I'm the last to know just about anything, and I resent the heck out of it. Okay? Just saying. Yeah, and enough of this. We're going to tell 2 people, but not the rest. Everybody needs to be aware of what's taking place. You know, we just had somebody recently resign. I think everybody needs to know what's taking place throughout the county. We're asked to vote on things on a regular basis without having a full amount of information. That's just not right. People need to have a good understanding of what they're voting on. People have to have a good understanding of what's taking place. We're in charge of the county budget here. We're managing all these departments. They work for us. We need to know what's going on. They work for us, and we work for the people. We need to be involved with any decision making, or at least be aware of it, so we're not blindsided, because time and time again this information gets leaked, and then we're asked at a public event or somewhere, how were you involved? Why didn't you fix this? How come you didn't know about this? So I don't like being kept in the dark. I didn't run for office to be kept in the dark. Thank you.
Commissioners, Commissioner Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm remembering that meeting that this came out of.
Just 2 weeks ago, so.
Yeah, and I remember the main thing that I was interested in was being able to have the applications and maybe interview some of the people so I could make an educated choice on some of them. That's what I remember asking for, and I don't see that here.
I apologize if I missed that, Commissioner, but what I understood that to be is at least you would be part of the second interview.
No.
So once that came through. So again, this item is stylized for you guys. I know it wasn't last time. If there's changes you'd like to make now, which includes what Commissioner Clark just asked for, then you are stylized to be able to make those changes to this now. this is what if I missed that, I do apologize.
Right, I remember that at one time, we would have, when I first became a commissioner, we would have the people interviewing for it come to the meeting. They each had a few minutes to speak in front of us. And then, we were able to kind of halfway get to know them a little, but I just was thinking that if we want to make good decisions, we have to be able to understand where the people are coming from and get a sound decision. And that was my thing. So
Commissioner Herman, are you asking to be part of the first interview panel as well as the second interview panel, have one board member participate? Is that kind of the compromise? Because the one issue of having the public meetings with professionals like that is, I think it can create sort of a circus situation, and we want to make sure people want to be hired by Washoe County. We get the brightest and best, and so they're not always people that want to go to a public meeting. So that would be my hesitation, but I want to, see how I can support you in your thoughts. So
okay, so for instance, when we appointed you, each person had a chance to speak in front of us. I mean, that's one little step below what I was talking about, where I would interview them. But at least that would give us a little bit of preview about them. But we don't even see their faces when a lot of this happens. We don't even know who they are when they do get on a board, because we haven't had any way of connecting with them. It's just be good to be able to work with people that you know a little bit, at least. It makes it a little easier. Anyhow, that was just my ask at the last meeting, and I didn't see it there, so it's okay.
Well, I'm trying to see how I can help you. What do you think about this idea? We could do instead of a public meeting, because I agree the manager does that, but the manager is paid a lot more than all these people that we're looking at that we appoint in addition to the manager. So the risk I think makes a bit more sense, but just to have folks do that kind of public interview, I don't want to miss out on,
Okay, so in others, like the wildlife one we had here at one time, all of them came and did public speaking, so.
And that's a public board, and I hear you, but these are positions that let me pull up the list just to make sure I'm accurate about the positions. Nope, here it is. The alternative public defender, the chief alternative sentencing officer, the chief medical examiner. I don't know.
But they have to have, that's more of a professional.
Yeah.
I was into the other.
Yeah, boards. And I think that it sounds like Alexandra is going to come back with a board overview for us.
And I'm waiting for that, and that's why I'm not pushing it.
Okay. Are you okay with the second interview on this, or would you like something different?
Well, I don't know that just one person interviewing one person
is enough.
I mean, what good is that going to do after it's already there? So I'll wait until I get the report.
Okay.
And then we'll figure out something.
Okay. It looks like I have some folks signed in. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So I am not an HR person, nor do I want to be. I am a Board of County Commissioner, and so I'm taking kind of the approach or stance from trusting individuals to do their jobs and to recruit, appoint, evaluate, investigate, and, follow through with those actions. So I'm okay with the direction of this. I'm supportive of the direction of this. I think that it's great that we notify folks and just give them a reminder. We have a new board. Item number 1 makes sense to me. Item number 2, I'm okay with, somebody sitting in on the second. I don't feel like I need to be involved in the first and second and third and fourth interview personally. For item number 3, the annual report to the board, I would kind of piggyback on what Commissioner Hill said about having it be an option perhaps to have open meeting presentation or an email, depending on the personality of the individual, the comfort level. It is a lot to ask to come up into a public forum and present on their job performance. So I would suggest keeping it as is, but adding an option for email for on an annual basis. And then I would err on the side of Ms. Hurley's recommendation for item number 5 in being cautious and respectful of people's confidentiality and mitigate any possibility or of retaliation down the road. I just think that HR exists for a reason, and I'm more than happy for that the chair and vice chair receive those complaints, and if it needs to rise up to the level that it needs to be addressed by the whole board, then I'd be happy to step in. But those are my thoughts. I'm sorry to muddy the water even more.
No, you haven't muddied the water. We needed that input. Thank you for that. So it sounds like you just have one slight change for the report to be email as an option, which I'm okay with as well. Thank you for that. And now I've got back to Commissioner Clark.
Again, as I read this, this is, when it mentions board here, this is referring to this board. And when I read this, it says department heads. I want to know what the department heads are, the allegations that may be against them. I don't know how that I would ever think of retaliating just by simply knowing that somebody had some allegations made against them. I want to be aware of what's taking place here. I don't want to fly blind. It's as simple as that. We need to know about this. And then to Commissioner Hill's comment about somebody standing and making a public speech about their situation. I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but if somebody wants to work for this county and they're going to be a department head, they've got to answer some questions. They've got to stand and deliver. They've got to be here and be present, and they should answer. We all have to answer. We answer to the voters every 4 years. So we're out there on the line as well. So again, I don't want this to be just exclusive to who's the chairman and who isn't, and the vice chair. I look at this board right now. Jeannie Herman's been on the board for 8 years. She's never been the chair or the vice chair to my knowledge. Okay, so that means 8 years she wouldn't have been kept in the dark, which is already what's taking place. That's not right. Her constituents need to have her representation. She hasn't been elected to any of these positions, and if you're excluded from being invited into that country club, so as it were, and everybody else keeps kept in the dark, that's what I'm opposed to. I want transparency here. Transparency and letting me as an elected know what's taking place with the other department heads. What do we got, a $1 billion budget here that the 5 of us are responsible for? We need to know what's happening.
And Commissioner Clark, as I already stated, if it's at the board's pleasure to have all 5 of you be aware of a complaint against a department head, you're able to make that change. I just told you the 2 things that could possibly be just to consider, so that you have all the facts that you need to make a good decision.
And if that's to be considered, then we should all be here voting instead of 4 out of 5. So that's just my position. We need to make sure that everybody is aware of everything that's happening here. I've been on the receiving end of getting information after the fact. It's not right. We need to have information so we can plan and take care of the business that we're assigned to do. Thank you.
Well, we have a public commenter, but I would just make my case for trying to get something approved today. We have some open positions that we appoint. I want to make sure that this new process is in place for anyone who would like to be hired by the Board of County Commissioners. If we continue to want to make changes, certainly, and discuss them and, try to see if we can find some common ground, I think that is fine. But I would love if we could move forward with most of today's document, because I want to make sure that we can get folks hired and be part of the process, which this board this is leaps and bounds better than how the board has been part of the process in the past. So I'm actually very excited about implementing it. But Commissioner Clark, you're back up.
Yeah, I would then like to change item 2. I want at least 3 members of the County Board of Commissioners to sit on the second interview. And I would like to see number 5 changed to everybody who's an elected. If we can't trust the county commissioners, who can we trust? I want all 5 county commissioners being made aware of any complaints made against any department heads appointed by that same board. We've appointed them. If they get complaints, we need to hear about that. So those are the 2 changes I'd like to see.
I hear you. I think having 3 board members on an interview panel breaks open meeting law. So that is a problem, especially if we have board members who are like, I don't need to be part of the interview process, so I don't know if we should get that
So then
granular with
I'll
that.
amend my comment. Let's have 2 members on, and let's rotate it, so it isn't the same 2 all the time. And if somebody decides they want to sit it out, go down the list and pick somebody else then.
That works for me. Any other board members? Commissioner Herman, what are your thoughts?
I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner Garcia? Okay.
I need to say one thing
Yes.
on that, because I follow all the points. I get the points. Having 2 on that item, you're talking about number 2 in the list, right,
Correct.
Commissioner? That gets you into the territory of it being a subcommittee. So I think you may still end up with an open meeting law situation where you've got to post agendas and all that type of stuff. The one of having the chair and vice chair notified of complaints, or if you choose all 5 of you notified, that's just getting information. That's not you sitting and participating in an interview. But the second one of being part of an interview process entails discussion and those types of things. I think you may be looking at a possible subcommittee there. So you can do it, but then you're looking at agendas and minutes and all that
Open
type
meeting.
of stuff.
So I would...
Commissioner Clark.
I would say then that I'll change my position. We have 1 board member, but it rotates. So everybody gets a chance to be involved in the process, not just 1 commissioner involved. So a rotation of 1 member, so we don't get involved with subcommittees and that type of thing. But let's spread it around so everybody gets a chance to participate. Again, I'm going to bring up the fact that Commissioner Herman has been here for 8 years, never once was allowed to be in the position to be a chairman or vice chair. So that's just an example of exclusion, and I don't want that to happen. Thank you.
Okay. With that change, is that a motion, Commissioner Clark?
I make a motion that we change item 2 to allow that 1 sitting commissioner on the board, on the panel, to rotate. So it's a rotational members of the board, and do it by number of commission or commission number or alphabetized or however you want to do it, seniority, but rotate that through other commissioners. I don't know if that's very clear, so maybe.
That's clear. And then Commissioner Garcia's point of the email, having an email report as well for the evaluation on number 4.
That would be fine, sure.
All right.
Yeah. And then that gets us to number 5 then again. About the complaint, about number 5 here, the other issue that I have is only chair or vice chair, and as our counsel said, that's informational only, and it wouldn't violate any open meeting situation if we all were aware of complaints against a department head.
All right. With that motion, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you. We do have public comment. Madam Clerk?
We do. Tracy Thomas.
I just would like to add that on that number 2, maybe instead of you actually having to participate in the interviews, at least you all would receive the applications for employment on these candidates. So you would all have an opportunity to give your input to your one token commissioner that gets to go sit on that interview, so they could ask all the questions you all might have. Number 3, the annual reports. We used to do that. Every department head was coming in here and giving you an annual report on the status of their department when they were coming in here and begging for money for their department. So I don't understand how this is all of a sudden a big surprise. Third, that was the third. I'm here to actually speak on behalf of participate in 4 and 5, that you currently have one of your department heads on your list that it refuses to reside in the state of Nevada, let alone Washoe County, since he was hired in 2021. The lack of presence presents an impediment to the continued functioning of the workplace, as well as the lack of respect to Washoe County. How is he going to be here to make a decision regarding the well-being of his staff, regarding weather or whatever other elements, when he's living in the Bay Area? Taxpayers are not interested in their taxes being sent to a California's Bay Area. Our taxes should be vested back into this community. We are not in the business of sending our jobs to other states. He has had more than ample opportunity to relocate and has merely given lip service to intentions in doing so. He is only selected because he is a friend of your current manager. His appointment was conducted in a manner far from transparency or integrity. Therefore, please remedy this situation, giving notice that his services are no longer required, and recruit from the abundant resources currently already available within your technology services department. If you are interested in recommendations, I have candidates that I can recommend and provide. Thank you.
Okay.
There's no more public comment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Any comments before we take the vote? Any changes to the motion? Looks like we don't have any. So all those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. And I think that carries unanimously. Okay. All right, we are unanimous there. Thank you very much. We are now into item 14. Thank you.
Item 14 is a discussion and direction to staff regarding legislation or legislative issues proposed by legislators by Washoe County, Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District, or any other entities permitted by the Nevada State Legislature to submit bill draft requests, or such legislative issues as may be deemed by the chair of the board to be of critical significance to Washoe County. Pending legislative bills can be located here. And we have Cadence Matievich here. Cadence, you want to come down and take them through your update?
Thank you, Manager Brown. For the record, my name is Cadence Matievich, and I have the privilege of serving as Government Affairs Liaison for Washoe County. Madam Vice Chair, you have a report that was presented to you. I believe that it's been uploaded for the public's knowledge as well. And we have flagged there some bills of interest. At this time, we are not necessarily recommending or requesting that the board take a position on any of these, but really bringing them to your attention. Certainly, it is at your discretion if you wish to take a formal position on them or give me any direction on them. There are a few new bills that have been added to the list. I would call to your attention that we did add the one bill, Vice Chair Hill, that you had flagged at last meeting from Story County, requiring the State Department of Transportation to do a study of the I-80 corridor from Vista Boulevard to Wadsworth. So that is on there for your attention. We've been having a couple of snow days at the legislature, which in my more than a decade of being involved with the legislature, I don't ever remember happening before. So I expect that the remainder of this week will be quite busy as bills that were scheduled to be heard Friday, yesterday, and today get rescheduled, and that likely they, absent any additional significant weather events, will have a pretty heavy workload in the coming week ahead. And so we'll continue to update our weekly reports for you. And with that, I'd be pleased to answer any questions that the members may have.
I don't have any questions. We are so early in the game, and with the snow days, especially a little bit maybe behind at this point. But I know that these bills are going to change and evolve, and there are going to be constant discussions regarding them. So I appreciate you keeping us apprised. I'll go to the board. Commissioner Herman.
Thank you there.
There we go. Okay, so I have a question. There seem to be a lot of open meeting law bills. What are they about, just roughly, you know?
Through you, Madam Vice Chair, to Commissioner Herman. For the record, Cadence Matievich. Commissioner Herman, they cover a broad range of items. In some cases, they have to do with noticing requirements. In some cases, they have to do with determination of quorums. In some cases, that's because there may be a vacancy on a board, determining what the quorum would be when such vacancy exists. And in other cases, it's additional clarification to some of the provisions that were enacted at last session having to do with virtual meetings and remote meetings, participation in those virtual meetings versus a requirement perhaps to attend a percentage of meetings in person. So there are a variety of changes to the open meeting law. To date, I don't believe that we have identified any that would have a financial impact to the county. We have not submitted any fiscal notes on any of the open meeting law bills. So it would be more policy considerations for this board if you had concerns about what is being proposed.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you so much. I received an email from a constituent regarding AB 162. It's on the back page in regard to the governing restricted use pesticides. Do you have any updates or anything that I can pass along to my constituent?
Through you, Madam Vice Chair, to Commissioner Garcia, Cadence Matievich, for the record. Yes, I do. In fact, I met with the sponsor. I had a remote meeting with the sponsor of that bill, Assemblywoman Gorlow, on Friday afternoon, and she has advised that she will be presenting an amendment to that bill as introduced the restriction on use of what are referred to, it's neonicotinoid. I can never say that. Neonic is the shortened term for that. It's a pesticide that there are concerns about its impact on pollinators. And what the bill is proposing would be limiting the use of those pesticides. The original version of the bill was fairly widespread, and she has indicated that she will be introducing an amendment to that bill that would limit the restriction only to ornamental uses of that pesticide, that it would still be allowed as a non-restricted use for agricultural purposes.
So in other words, ornamental meaning for residential only?
Through you, Madam Vice Chair, to Commissioner Garcia, Cadence Matievich, for the record, yes, really hobbyists, home gardeners, hobbyists, and not in any agricultural production, food production, but she had indicated to me that her concern is that these pesticides are widely available. You can walk into any garden store, big box store, pick them up, and that the consumer is not aware, a consumer who may use them on their flowers or other things at their home may not be aware of the potential impacts to pollinators, and that's what she's seeking to address.
Thank you very much. Any other commissioner questions or comments? Seeing none, keep up the good fight. Thank you so much for representing us well in Carson City.
Thank you.
Okay, We will go on now.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there is no public comment on
Thank you,
on that
Madam
item.
Clerk. We will now go on to item 15. Mr. Manager.
Item 15 is an intro and first reading on a regulatory zone designation specified on the Warm Springs specific plan, land use plan.
Does the board wish to have a presentation on this item? I'm not, Commissioner Herman, yes?
Sure.
Okay. Yes, we love a presentation.
Chris Bronzik, Washoe County Planning. So this is the first reading for the FICART Development Agreement. Try and keep this quite short. So Washoe County, we have master plans, area plans, and in this case, up in the Warm Springs area, we have what's called a specific plan. With this request, we're asking for a first reading of the ordinance to adopt a development agreement for the applicants, Gene and Tara Figart. This is required from the specific plan, specifically section WSSP 8.1.33. The applicant is located at 5870 Whiskey Springs Road. Again, it is within that Warm Springs area plan. This was taken to the Parcel Map Review Committee in August of 2022. As part of that request, planning staff put conditions of approval on this request, which requires the applicant to seek and obtain approval of a development agreement complying with all the requirements outlined within the Warm Springs specific plan. This is required prior to the recordation of the final parcel map. Before you is the proposed parcel map. They are requesting to subdivide a 40-acre parcel into roughly 4 10-acre parcels with an access road and cul-de-sac through the center of the parcel. I'm sorry, there is a typo on this slide, but the Warm Springs specific plan and specifically the development handbook was approved in 1992 and it was specific to allow for various development, agricultural, commercial, residential, et cetera. While this specific plan itself has been amended since then, the development agreement is still a requirement. It does require the agreement between any property owner and the county as a condition of a project approval in order to utilize the land use designations that is specified within that land use plan. Additionally, there is a policy within that specific plan that requires or allows for projects to have that agreement be recorded prior to any issuance of any building permits. So that's what this part is before you today. The specific plan outlines 3 requirements. The first is we're allowed to collect any fees necessary to pay for the construction or community infrastructure associated with this request. 2, there are CC&Rs that would be associated with this development agreement that implement the Warm Springs specific plans, specifically the Development Standards Handbook Framework. And then the last one is a provision for the participation of any future property owner in any assessment district, GID, et cetera, that provides services and facilities for the mutual benefit of the specific plan area residents or property owners. The applicant, as part of the parcel map, did submit a proposed development agreement. It was vetted by staff. It met all the minimum requirements of that development agreement. Staff is in support of recommending approval for it. The motion can be found on page 4 of the staff report.
That's adequate. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. This is your district. I'll get a bill or ordinance number from the clerk. What is the number?
This, would you like me to read the,
Yes.
introduce
Yes,
it?
that sounds great.
Okay. This will be Bill number 1890, if approved, an ordinance pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes 278.0201 through 278.0207, adopting a development agreement as required by the Warm Springs Specific Plan, WSSP, at WSSP.8.1, to utilize the regulatory zone designation specified on the Warm Springs Specific Plan use plan for tentative parcel map case number WTPM 22-0012, Fikert, which is a tentative parcel map dividing a 40.43 acre parcel, APN 077-560-05, into 4 parcels of 10.02 acres, 10.4 acre, 10.04 acres, 10.07 acres, and 10.3 acres. In order to develop any property in the WSSP more densely than general rural, one dwelling unit per 40 acres, the specific plan requires that a development agreement be approved. Among other things, the development agreement adopts development standards for the property in conformance with the Warm Springs Specific Plan Development Standards Handbook Framework, a component of the Washoe County Master Plan, such as standards relating to uses, accessory structures, building requirements, setbacks, heating, fireplaces, architecture, landscaping, fencing, lighting, utilities, and other matters concerning the development of the land. Further, the development agreement provides for the participation of future property owners in any assessment district or general improvement district providing services, facilities, and/or maintenance for the specific plan area. The applicants and property owners are Jean and Tara Fikert. The subject site is approximately 40.43 acres in size and is located at 5870 Whiskey Springs Road. The assessor's parcel number is 077-560-05. The master plan category is rural residential, RR, and the regulatory zone is medium density rural, MDR. A second reading is set for March 28th.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any public comment?
There is none.
Okay. Commissioner Herman, do you want to read the bill?
Don't have it.
Okay. Do you, let's see, is there another commissioner who could read or introduce, the bill number?
I can do that for you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
So I move to introduce Bill number 1890 and conduct a first reading of the ordinance pursuant to NRS 278.0201 through 278.0207, approving the development agreement as required by the Warm Springs Specific Plan at WSSP.8.1 to utilize the regulatory zone designation specified on the Warm Springs Specific Plan, land use plan for Fikert parcel map.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, then we will see this again in March. We will now move to item 16.
Item 16 is an introduction and first reading of Supplement 17, Clerical Corrections Ordinances regarding dangerous, vicious dogs, parks and rec, administrative personnel, and finances purchasing.
Okay, does the commission desire a staff report on this, or do folks feel comfortable?
It's pretty well cut and dry.
Yes, I think so. Great. Not seeing any questions by the board. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this?
There is none. Would you
Okay.
like the first reading?
That would be fabulous.
Okay. This will be Bill number 1891, an ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 2 by adopting Supplement 17 to the Washoe County Code and all clerical and technical corrections made therein. Supplement 17 codifies ordinances 1687, Parks and Recreation, 1690, Administration and Personnel, and County Finances and Purchasing, and 1692, Dangerous and Vicious Dogs. If approved, this second reading will be March 28th.
Thank you very much. Who would like to introduce this item?
She's on animal.
Commissioner Garcia is on the hot spot. You're on regional animal services. We're going to force you to do it. Thank you.
No problem. I move to introduce and conduct the first reading of Bill number 1891. Ordinance, did I get an ordinance number?
1891.
Oh, excuse me. Amending Washoe County Code, Chapter 2 by adopting Supplement 17 to the Washoe County Code and all clerical and technical corrections made therein. And if supported, set the public hearing for second reading and possible adoption of the ordinance on March 28, 2023.
Thank you very much. We will now move to our public hearing. I will bang the gavel, open the public hearing. Mr. Manager.
Item 17 is a public hearing of a regulatory zone amendment to the Southwest Truckee Meadows Area Plan, change 1.92 general rule to medium density rural.
Great, thank you very much. On the public hearing, do we have, would we like to see a staff presentation, board members? And I know the applicant is here as well, if we'd like to hear from the applicant. Okay.
Make a comment.
Yes, Commissioner Clark.
This is in, thank you for allowing me to speak. This is in District 2. I met with the applicant's representative, explained to me what their plan was. My first question was, is anybody opposed to this? And it looks like there is no opposition, so I recommend that we approve this.
Wonderful. Is that your motion?
Yes.
Okay, I have a motion to adopt by Commissioner Clark. May I have a second? Commissioner Herman, were you second? Okay. All right. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Public comment.
Aye. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment?
There is none.
Okay. And anyone opposed, please say nay. All right, that motion passes unanimously. Now, we are out of our public hearing, and we are now into item 18.
Item 18 is a public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Roger Edwards is up.
Great.
Okay, good afternoon, Roger Edwards. I'd like my comments entered into the record, please. I guess I don't stand quite so close. And yeah, I'm back here talking to you about the water situation in Golden Valley. I've been here before and before and before and before. And our neighborhood has had community meetings with Dwayne Smith, your development person. Seems like forever, but the last one I want to talk about was in June, if I have it correctly. And in June, Dwayne Smith said he would have a proposal before you guys by September to change the what do we call this thing? The rule, law, whatever, for regarding our water system out in Golden Valley. $22.66 is what our monthly charge is for this program. Now, that amounts to $14,276 per month from our 635 property owners for a program that's been shut down for 6 years. Now, I don't understand why I can't get an attorney to bring a lawsuit against the county, but apparently you got all of them scared to death. Otherwise, I'd be suing you for my personal refund check of $1,632, which I would like to have today. And I'll take the other $629 home when you get them printed up. $14,276 per month. And just since September, when Deputy Director Dwayne Smith said he would have a proposal before you guys, until now, is $71,380 that our community has paid in additionally after this whole thing was brought to the community for adjustment, modification, changes, whatever you want to call it. There's no reason for the homeowners to be assessed a monthly fee for a program that's not working. It's been shut down. I don't know I don't know how else to put it to you. $14,000 a month plus $171,000 a year, $1,027,858. My 3 minutes are up.
Yep.
You're kidding.
Any other public comment,
There's
Madam Clerk?
nobody else signed in.
Okay, we will move to item 19.
Item 19 is Commissioners and County Managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Thank you. And Commissioner Clark, were you signed in on this item?
Yes, yes, thank you. I was hoping
Yes.
we can have Roger stick around for a moment or two. You know, I've heard this before. We need to get this on the agenda. This is absolutely outrageous. If they're being charged for a service that's no longer available, what other community would allow this to happen? We can't allow this to happen. This could be any issue with any citizen in any district, happens to be in his district, his community. They're being charged for service they aren't receiving, haven't received for a number of years. Sounds like Mr. Smith was promised to bring this to us and hasn't. We've got to put our foot down. This needs to be addressed. This is cheating the public, cheating the taxpayer. How can the taxpayers have any faith in us if we cheat them? When we go to the taxpayer and we ask them to support a tax increase or a bond issue or anything that we go to them with, how can we do it in good conscience if some service that was offered at one time, I don't know the complete history of it, but just based on what I just heard on public comment, this needs to be addressed. This needs to be brought before this board and find out, are they being overcharged? Have they been overcharged? And if they have been overcharged, how do we stop that, number one? And number two, reimburse these people. This is going to end up on a mini version of just like Incline Village, you know, where it languishes in the courts. We can't charge people for services we don't deliver, and we can't have our staff telling them that they're going to have a hearing in front of the Board of County Commissioners and not happen. And we've got to get to the bottom of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board member requests for information or announcements? Mr. Manager, do you have anything else for us? Okay, thank you.
One last item. When can we get this on the agenda?
We'll bring it forward, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks everyone for a great meeting. We are adjourned.